Chapter 21. Deal 2. Shuck. What are you gonna do with all that? Khan asked Yi and Wu with a disgusted look. Yi and Wu stopped collecting the troll's skin and looked up at Khan. Didn't I tell you? The blood is an ingredient for potions. No, I wasn't asking about that. Then what? Well, what's the point of keeping the materials? You must have gathered a lot of karma by now. And you're definitely not stopping, right? Then why can't you just buy items with your karma? Once players made their entrance into the tower, karma points could be used as currency. If they wanted an item or an artifact, they could pay karma to purchase whatever they needed. Therefore, players weren't too keen on looting materials which were considered as scrap items from monsters' carcasses. Even if they really needed materials, they'd prefer to hire other players or simply buy them with points. Of course, rare materials from greater monsters like an elder dragon were a different story. Even so, those items were for giant clans or special raiding teams to deal with. That's why solo players rarely handled scrap items. However, Khan noticed that even while they were speedrunning through the sections, Yi and Wu was never reluctant to gather materials from dead bodies. Ever since hunting goblins, whenever he found intact carcasses he would make a pause to loot. His looting process was also very delicate. When filling a bottle with blood, he would make his best effort to not get the blood mixed with foreign substances, and when collecting important materials he wrapped them in leather and stored them separately. Because of this, despite his effort to take with him only valuable ingredients, Yi and Wu's backpack was so full of materials that it looked like a balloon that was about to burst. I have plans for these materials. If you say so. Khan no longer tried to understand Yi and Wu. Although his actions appeared to be meaningless to Khan, he discovered that each of them was thoroughly planned. Besides, knowing that individualism was a major element of the tower, he couldn't meddle in Yi and Wu's business. But he was far too nosy to endure his growing curiosity, so he asked one last question. By the way, is there anyone who can handle so many ingredients all at once? Don't get caught up in a scam and end up crying like a baby. After packing all the ingredients, Yi and Wu lifted the backpack with his shoulders. Because of the tears and punctures it got from previous sections, his backpack had patches of leather all over the place, giving off an uncanny impression. I do know a blacksmith. Oh, he must be good then. We'll see. Yi and Wu shrugged his shoulders and walked past Khan. He didn't want to bother talking anymore. Khan only smacked his lips. Gosh, what a jerk. During the whole time he stayed beside Yi and Wu, the biggest thing that Khan had felt so far was that Yi and Wu always played his cards close to his chest. As far as he knew, most people tended to share their stories after hanging around for a while. However, Yi and Wu never brought up anything about his identity. He only spoke what he needed to say. Sometimes, his callous look from underneath the white mask gave him chills on the back. Of course, in the dog-eat-dog world of the tutorial in the tower, his personality wasn't necessarily bad. He knew Yi and Wu was trying not to reveal his weaknesses. Also, his friendliness might have looked suspicious to Yi and Wu, since they were barely acquainted with each other. But still, he had this feeling that Yi and Wu was intentionally building a wall around himself. Khan prided himself on being highly sociable and profoundly empathetic. Due to that, he could feel it more so. But there are not many players with that much skill. I'd like to keep him close if possible. Khan stroked his chin with his hand. If he were to describe Yi and Wu with one word, he would say, reliable. Although he never talked about himself, he also never interfered with other people's affairs. And at the same time, he conducted his work without a complaint. He even showed excellent ability by clearing 2 sections non-stop. Khan wanted Yi and Wu so badly because he had a big plan in mind. He wanted him, not for this raid only, but for the whole journey throughout the tower. But he felt like Yi and Wu wasn't letting him get closer. Maybe it's his mask. By the time Khan finished thinking, Yi and Wu had already opened the iron gate leading outside of Section D. Rumble. He felt the whole cave quaking when he pushed the iron gate that was thicker than any other the gate they had passed. Then, a stream of warm and bright sunshine poured inside the cave where only dim lights gleamed. There, he saw the blue sky. You have successfully cleared Section D as a solo player. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 3,000 karma. You have acquired 2,000 additional karma. Your health and mana will be restored. All status effects will be removed. You have entered Section E. You have successfully reached the outer area. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 1,000 additional karma. Yi and Wu swept his hair back with his hands. A fresh crisp breeze came blowing towards him. He felt extremely refreshed. It was getting stuffy in there. I'm a little sad to leave. It was the perfect place for a nap. Khan stretched himself, and Doyle rubbed his sleepy eyes. The tutorial could be roughly categorized into two areas. The inner area and outer area. The inner area referred to the first areas ranging from Section A to Section D, which were designed to help new players realize their level of skill and to train for what they lacked. The outer area referred to the later areas ranging from Section E to Section G, which tested the skills that players had trained in the inner area and had them attest to their qualifications. Usually, players would easily accumulate stress because the trials in the inner area were conducted in narrow caves and passageways with bad lighting and poor ventilation. But there was nothing like that in the outer area. Seeing the outside world after so long, Yi and Wu also felt the stuffiness going away. But he couldn't relax because he knew that the outer area would be even more dangerous than the inner area. Until Section D the space was limited by walls, so I only had to watch out within a certain range. There's nothing like that from Section E onward. Being in an open area also meant exposing himself to the enemy. Different messages started popping up while Yi and Wu was focused on his thoughts. The challenge of Section E will begin. At that moment, Yi and Wu saw a flash of light on his palm. A small bead about the size of half a finger appeared where the light had just flashed. You have been given one token. Multiple tokens are hidden throughout Section E, they can also be transferred or traded between players. Collect 99 tokens to ascertain your qualifications. Yi and Wu fidgeted with the bead-shaped token. Next to him, Khan watched with nauseated look. It pisses me off whenever I see that. Yi and Wu looked at the token quietly. Section E was more of a deathmatch. There were tokens hidden all over the section, but it was much easier to rob someone else of what they had collected than to collect it for yourself. So players in Section E often got paranoid. They didn't know when they would get hit by something unexpected, but also didn't know if the teammates they had been laughing with until now would stab them in the back. What's more disgusting, is that Yi and Wu focused on the message about the token being able to be transferred or traded between players. This meant that it was possible to threaten or even kill others to take their tokens. To find tokens hidden throughout the whole Section E was a difficult task. Rather than that, it was easier to stay hidden and ambush other players and kill them to steal their tokens. It was as plain as day which option players would choose. His brother had a hard time dealing with such problems. But what made Arthea distinguish itself from the others was that despite all the temptations, they managed to pass Section E solely by collecting hidden tokens without resorting to betrayal. Those hyenas will surely come for me. The scavengers, also known as hyenas. Section E was infested with hyenas using the forest as their cloak. He had to watch out for them. Then, Yi and Wu suddenly recalled the nefarious team he saw in the diary. The ones who captured players alive and used them to farm tokens. His brother and Arthea stepped up and wreaked havoc on their team, but what if the remnants or other copycats made a resurgence? Then Yi and Wu shook his head at the idea. Unlike his righteous and altruistic brother, he was a completely self-centered person. Even if he witnessed such crimes, he would most likely ignore it. His hands were already full with his own business. He had to stay out of trouble. Then Yi and Wu glanced toward the two standing next to him. To his relief, Khan and Doyle only stared at Yi and Wu's token, and they didn't look interested in taking it. It seemed like they had already collected quite a lot of tokens before going back to Section B. Or they could have already collected all 99 tokens. Yi and Wu then put his token in his mouth and swallowed it. Khan and Doyle looked at him with a newfound interest. By swallowing token, Yi and Wu showed his will of not yielding to other players until dead. They got a glimpse of Yi and Wu's conviction. I'm done reading messages, so let's get a move on. You said you're looking for a hidden piece in Section E, correct? Then let's get it done now. I have to go find tokens afterward. Khan nodded. Yeah, but there's quite a distance from here. It's gonna take us a while until we get there. Then we'll gather tokens on our way. Fine by me. Khan took the lead and set off on their way. Yi and Wu and Doyle followed behind. Section E boasts a much larger and wider area than all four of the preceding sections combined. Thanks to this, each area has its own geographic feature within a different environment, forming a unique ecosystem. Small hills are spread out to the south, a vast forest is covering the northern region, and at the end of the forest lies a muddy swamp. Black rocky mountains are lined up behind a barren desert along the east side, and a river flowing through a prairie stretches westward. And each area is also inhabited by a wide variety of monsters. Small monsters like goblins and kobolds form villages around the forest, but larger monsters such as trolls and ogres live deep in the forest. Lizard men, sandworms, and settlements of orcs were each seen in the northern swamp, eastern desert, and western prairie. The ordeal is about finding tokens while dealing with the monsters and guarding their tokens against players who may be even more dangerous than these monsters. Both are important. And now, Yi and Wu's party was heading towards the swamp at the north. Chapter 22. Deal 3. As darkness fell, Yi and Wu's party made preparations to camp outside. When he was in the inner area, Yi and Wu would only take short naps from time to time due to being unable to distinguish night from day. But now that he could, he didn't have to continue doing that. Most importantly, Khan had suggested the idea in order to stay in top shape. The monsters we'll be dealing with are pretty tough. We have to be fully prepared. Yi and Wu nodded in agreement. Although Yi and Wu feigned ignorance, he knew what Khan and Doyle were looking for. Hargan, the Lizard Man King. As one of the boss monsters in Section E, Hargan was powerful enough to easily crush normal players. The top-ranked duo, Khan and Doyle, couldn't guarantee whether they would win against him. And the even bigger problem was that he is not alone. There were 2 Lizard Man Kings in total. 1 male and 1 female. The only reason the name of this hidden piece was Hargan's Lair was because it was named after the male one. However, the real owner was the female one that resided deeper inside the lair, not the male. If you let yourself feel relieved after hunting only the male, you would find yourself in big trouble. The one that has Hargan's crown is also the female Lizard Man King. These 2 must have already figured it out. To take the crown, there had to be at least 1 player in charge of each, male and female, Lizard Man King. Even if Khan risked his own life, he could only handle one of them at a time, so he must have needed someone to take on the other one. Doyle, whose physical strength was relatively weak, could only take on the role of seizing the crown while the monsters, aggro was focused on someone else. That's why all 3 of them had to be in their best possible condition before setting foot into Hargan's lair. Khan and Doyle, perhaps because they had a lot of experience sleeping outside, quickly got themselves ready to camp. Doyle, in particular, showed Yi and Wu a very fascinating sight when he lit the bonfire. Using his entomopathy, he summoned some kind of bugs and made them line up on top of the firewood. The bugs suddenly burst into flames, creating a spectacular display of sparks. Impressive. Doyle gave a coy smile in response to Yi and Wu's short exclamation. They are called flame bugs. When facing their natural enemies, they'll ignite themselves on fire and combust the enemy along with them. The tower is full of such wonderful insects. While nodding his head, Yi and Wu looked at the remains of the flame bugs slowly fading in the flames. There are still so many things in the tower that even Jung Wu didn't know about. Not everything about the tower was recorded in the diary. Yi and Wu for sure would need to explore those things that were not recorded. As the bonfire burned brightly, they made themselves comfortable in their respective sleeping bags. After deciding to take turns to keep watch during the night, they fell asleep one by one. Yi and Wu was the first one to keep the night watch. There was no particular reason for this. It was just because he had won in rock paper scissors. Crackle. Yi and Wu calmly stared at the burning firewood, and opened one of his hands. 5 blue beads rolled over his palm. They were tokens. Together with the one I originally had, I have 6 tokens now. Yi and Wu didn't just walk along during the journey to Hargan's lair. He had been looking for the tokens hidden and sparsely placed throughout the forest. In the crevice of a rock, by a brook, up on a tree, in a bird nest, and so on. But they weren't too hard to find. I never would have imagined that my strengthened senses could even capture the position of the tokens. The tokens were somewhat special. It was as if they contained some sort of special power. The feeling he got when sensing them was different from that of other objects lying around. I need to collect as many tokens as possible. As the amount of tokens I gather increases, so will the karma I gain. Especially from the 100th token onwards, there will be a drastic increase, so I have to stay focused. Of course, his search for tokens was conducted in secret. There was no need to let Khan and Doyle know about it. The 2 were even showing signs of remorse, saying how Yi and Wu was unable to find any token due to being busy helping them with their raid. Doyle went much further and even brought up the idea of offering him tokens in compensation. Whether they meant it or not, Yi and Wu thought they must be real good guys, considering the fact that they were in a place where egoism was prevalent. By the way, Yi and Wu tossed the 5 tokens into his mouth and raised his head up to see the moon. Proving that this place was different from the earth, 1 large and 1 small moons were hanging high in the night sky. Have I already made all the way up here? Time does go fast. He was feeling a bit awkward from being able to enjoy the night breeze at ease. Yi and Wu wondered if it was because he had been passing through the sections without a break. To him, having this kind of peaceful time was like a square peg in a round hole. He hadn't had a good rest ever since entering the tutorial. He had been rolling over the floor, stabbing monsters, and running all over the place. The only sleep he'd had were mere quick naps to recover from fatigue. But when he sat back and looked back, he realized how intensely he had kept to his schedule. It felt as if he had entered the tutorial just yesterday, and now that he was relaxing, he felt a little bit tired. Though not physically tired, mental fatigue seemed to have piled up considerably. However, he tried to not let his guard down. His senses were relentlessly scanning through the area in great detail. He dismissed all the distracting thoughts from his head. He watched the serene night sky and enjoyed the night breeze. This alone seemed to relieve his mental fatigue and pressure that had been building up till now. This reminds me of the sky in Africa. Yi and Wu recalled his comrades and the commander who would be working hard in his place by now. He felt a little sorry when he thought about the commander who had cared for him like a father. Jung Woo would have loved this kind of silent atmosphere. Then Yi and Wu shifted his gaze towards Khan and Doyle. Apparently, they were so tired that they fell asleep as soon as they laid their head down. What an interesting duo. It appeared to Yi and Wu that Khan and Doyle were very different from other ordinary players. Their faces were always beaming with joy. At the same time, they behaved in a confident manner. These two had a type of bearing that other players lacked. They dealt with these situations as if they were already too familiar with them. Where on earth did you guys spring out from? On their way to the swamp, Yi and Wu could finally check their skills. Khan occasionally revealed a glimpse of his excellent swordsmanship. It was powerful, sharp, and fierce. It seemed to strike a balance between magnificence and practicality. That level of swordsmanship could never be attained in just a few days. Yi and Wu was sure he must have gone through many experiences and training. Although he was talkative and foolish on the outside, he must have had no ordinary childhood. So was Doyle. He always had dull and sleepy eyes, but sometimes he would show a sharp look. And when he did, he displayed keen judgment and critical acumen. If Khan was a doer that mostly engaged in close combat, Doyle was more of a thinker that stayed at the backline and made the decisions. In particular, Doyle's entomopathic ability might seem weak whenever he uses it for practical use, but its true power shone brightly when it was used against monsters. The bugs he controlled were very small. What if they crept into the orifices like the nose, ears, and mouth? What if they dug into the skins, nibbled off the blood vessels, and tore up the muscles? So monsters instinctively avoided clashing against Doyle and chose to rush towards Khan instead. Whenever that happened, Khan got upset at the flocking monsters and they still ended up being swept away. The teamwork that the duo showed, like two cogwheels that meshed perfectly together, was nothing short of impressive. It didn't look like they had learned or practiced beforehand, but they had developed a certain kind of connection that instinctively told them what would be the other one's next course of action. This must be the result of working together for not just a day or two, but for at least 5 or 10 years. Even real siblings wouldn't be in perfect sync like them. What is your relationship? I'm sure you're not brothers. He didn't know how experts like them, who also seemed to come from a privileged background, were so close to each other, and why did they have to make things harder for themselves? But there was one thing for sure. They sure looked good together. The two of them were so willing to trust each other with their own lives. This relationship could never happen without mutual faith. Yi and Wu was a little jealous of the relationship between the two. Of course, it wasn't like he wanted to get to know them in detail, or to join in their relationship. Just by looking at these two, Yi and Wu couldn't help but see the reflection of a person he used to know. Yi and Wu thought he was becoming needlessly sentimental as the night wore on. He was trying to get rid of all the idle thoughts from his head. He couldn't believe he had so many miscellaneous thoughts. But to his surprise, is it because of this short break I took? His mind was now clearer than ever. Just like the sky after a heavy rain. When he opened his closed eyes again, they were filled with whole-souled determination. Then suddenly, Khan rustled and woke up from his sleep. His eyes shone through his wild hair still looked very sleepy. He even gave a big yawn. Why did you get up? You still have some time before your turn. How can I sleep if it's so noisy around here? A chuckle slipped out of Yi and Wu's mouth. Contrary to Khan's statement, their surroundings were rather too calm. As if someone had intentionally muted all the sound. The cry of the bugs, the whistle of the wind. No sound could be heard. Khan rubbed his sleepy eyes and took his hand to the scabbard he had left near his head. Still, everything was all too quiet. Before he knew it, Doyle had also gotten up with a yawn. He put a slight frown upon his fine face, looking annoyed at the things that disturbed his sleep. How long are you going to let them be like that? I was going to get rid of them when they came closer. I'm sorry to let them wake you up. Doyle answered Yi and Wu with a grin on his face. It's okay, I was getting stiff since I haven't been moving my body lately. Might as well do some proper exercise. At the same time, Doyle turned around to look at Khan. I was wondering myself. Yeah, do you think they knew you were here? Does that matter? Khan slowly drew his sword out of the scabbard while his eyes give off cold glow. What matters is that they are enemies who are pointing their swords at us. As soon as Khan finished his words, pat, his shadow suddenly disappeared. Spurt, ack, with the sound of blood splashing, a desperate scream came out from the bush. Damn it, how did they notice we were here? Fan out, it's more dangerous if we bunch up. Soon, something stirred from within the bushes and several players came out from them, all busily moving in different directions. They were originally planning on approaching as close as possible and jumping at their targets all at once. But once they were caught, there was no advantage in making an ambush anymore. Rather, it was more dangerous for them if they were grouped up. They were currently facing none other than the Blood Sword and Foxy Tail. There was no chance of winning if they fought them directly. Khan bolted around and brandished his sword, as if he didn't even have the slightest intention of letting them slip away. With each slash, blood sprayed over the grass and a body fell to the ground. Doyle also made a big gesture in the air. Buzz. The forest was a home of many bugs and flies. Several swarms of bugs formed at places and they each rushed towards the nearest players. Damn it, fucking insects. Get it off. Get it UFF. As thousands of bugs clung to their skin, they swung their swords trying to shake them off. But the bugs kept digging deeper into their skin and feasted on their flesh. Painful screams echoed around the whole forest. Even though Khan and Doyle had been slaughtering enemies at an inhuman pace, there were still numerous players hiding in the bushes. Rustle. Doyle heard a muffled sound of stealthy footsteps from behind. It seemed like they were aiming to attack from the blind spot. With a slightly irritated face, Doyle was about to send bugs to them but... When he realized where they were going, he was so taken aback that a small laugh came out of his mouth. They were moving towards Yi and Wu. They might have targeted Yi and Wu because unlike them, his name wasn't well known. Maybe they thought Yi and Wu was a porter of some sort. But whatever the case was, could they have been expecting this? The place that they are heading now. Those idiots. Of all choices they could have made, they still managed to choose the worst. Was actually the jaws of death. Chapter 23. Deal 3. Russell. Fuck, they noticed us too soon. I'll have to steal this guy's tokens while Bloodsword and Foxy Tail are distracted. And his artifacts too, if I can. Frank and his minions were among the most active scavengers in Section E. They were very fond of their job. Under the guise of taking tokens, they robbed players' riches, artifacts and everything else. Artifacts were divided amongst themselves to greatly increase their battle prowess. If they were lucky enough, they could even obtain some skill books. Tokens could be sold to top rankers at very high prices. Also, there were several places that were in need of live players. Varying from workers or slaves, to prostitutes, livestock, and even human specimens for experimental purposes. People had a variety of uses for their bodies, so they didn't have to worry about where to sell them. Who wouldn't want a piece of such a lucrative business? What was better was that this guy was the teammate of top rankers like Khan and Doyle. No one knew how many tokens he might be carrying or what artifacts he might have received from those two. Although there was the risk of having to sneak behind Khan and Doyle, he was expecting to get a great deal of return from it. He was so nervous that his mouth was drying up. And as expected, Khan and Doyle hadn't noticed their ambush. Their prey was so frightened that he was only crouching by the fire, unaware of his imminent fate. Pat. Not long before Frank and his minions jumped out from bushes and slashed at the back of the man wearing a white mask. It's in, Frank thought to himself. But soon he noticed something was wrong and opened his eyes wide. Just like an illusion, there was nothing in the place where his sword had slashed. Instinct told him to look up, and there he saw the white mask. It then landed right in front of him. Behind the white mask, two eyes were flashing like a will-o-wisp. Quote exclamation mark quote. A terrible chill ran through his body. Spurt. From his head to his groin, a dagger carved a dark red line along Frank's body, knocking him over to his back. What the hell? Boss. The rest of the scavengers behind Frank faltered for a moment. In the meantime, Yi and Wu turned around and threw himself at them. Swish. The figure gliding through the forest under the dark sky reminded them of a ghost. It looked like a white mask floating amid the darkness. That image caused the scavengers to shiver in fear. What was supposed to be a prey, turned out to be a predator that killed Frank with one slash. And the sheer look of his glowing eyes made their flesh crawl. Tang, one of the scavengers at the front managed to fend off Yi and Wu's attack. Then the atmosphere suddenly changed. Wait, maybe he isn't that tough. Maybe Frank's carelessness let this guy get the better of him. We are superior in number, so it can't be that hard to kill just one guy if we attack all at once, right? All the scavengers thought of the same thought, jumped to the same conclusion, and they all rushed towards Yi and Wu in unison. Swish, you son of a bitch. Die, you motherfucker. But of course, that was Yi and Wu's trap to draw them in. With his dagger interlocked with the enemy's weapon, Yi and Wu quickly spun to his right and darted right beneath the scavenger in front of him. At the same time, he drew another dagger with his left hand holding it in reverse and immediately sliced him right in the neck. Spurt. Blood sprayed upward like a fountain as the dagger severed his jugular vein. Yi and Wu then threw the dagger in between the fountain of blood, piercing another scavenger's head. Soon after, he ran straight back to the three scavengers sneaking behind, and swiftly cut their waist, neck, and shoulder. How the hell? Gurgle. Fuck. The scavengers then realized it was all a trap and wanted to retreat. But it was too late now, so they still tried to pressure and exhaust Yi and Wu by relying on their numbers. Contrary to their wish, Yi and Wu went on a rampage destroying each and every one of them. He parried a knife that flew towards him and stabbed into their neck, waist, and heart. He blocked a spear aiming at his blind spot with his arm, snapped it into half, and cut off the head of its wielder. Yi and Wu's inhuman movement made them think he had eyes all over his body. Every time the scavengers attacked Yi and Wu, he dodged all of their attacks and even launched counterattacks. And each time, the scavengers collapsed with their blood scattering all over the grass. They felt as if they had been possessed by a ghost. Run! They finally realized they had messed with the wrong guy and tried to make an escape. Swish, puck, Yi and Wu threw a dagger towards the head of the first one to run away, and then quickly chased after the others. His speed was too fast and direction unpredictable, so they could do nothing but to hopelessly await their deaths. Fear had grabbed their ankles. Terror was slowly eating them up from the inside. The three of them had killed a total of 21 scavengers. It was more than he had expected. Khan asked Yi and Wu all of a sudden. Why did you let them come near? The more tokens, the better. Man, you are seriously out of your mind. Khan clicked his tongue lightly. He was saying that from the very beginning he had planned to lure them in order to kill them all in the same spot. Of course, there were also other players in Section E who used a similar strategy to Yi and Wu. These players specifically hunted down the scavengers by disguising themselves as lone stragglers. But even so, it was only possible when facing against small numbers. No one wanted to face over 20 scavengers moving together in an organized system. Even high rankers couldn't handle such overwhelming numbers of enemies. But Yi and Wu treated such things as nothing at all. Was it because he had trust in Khan and Doyle, or because he was confident in his own skills? Or maybe it's both. Meanwhile, Yi and Wu had been looting tokens from the scavengers' bodies. 81. Seems like they've been in this business for quite a long time. Yi and Wu was dumbfounded by the number of tokens he had found in the scavengers' corpses. He had only found 5 tokens while searching around the forest with his senses strengthened. But they were carrying almost 100 with them. Even with that number, the underlings only carried 1 or 2, most of them were found on the ones who looked like the leaders. It's been a while since new players had entered Section E. That's probably what was left over after selling most of them. More than 1,000 people had been in this place, looking for tokens and fighting for them. 81 is a small number compared to that. Doyle provided an explanation with a smile on his face. But that's only possible because they were scavengers. Most players probably have 10 tokens or less. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. That's correct. Yi and Wu thought it made sense. Section E had a type of a winner-takes-all system. The strong player minority would take tokens from the weak player majority. Weak players had no choice but to give up their tokens to survive. Even if they made up for the loss, eventually they would get stolen again. They might even be enslaved and made to hand in the tokens they find. Whatever they may do, the strong can sit still and pile up tokens at a rapid pace. On the other hand, the weak would be always short on tokens. That was the reason why there was a huge gap between high rankers and the other players. Yi and Wu also knew about this system and was waiting for the scavengers to come. Anyway, collect as many tokens as you can. They'll be used to gain karma, as well as to purchase items from the mysterious merchant. The top-ranked players usually don't go straight to Section F even if they have the 99 tokens required. They will try to hoard as many as they can. Yi and Wu nodded along. Come to think of it, was it at the end of Section E where I can meet the mysterious merchant again? Yi and Wu recalled his brother's diary. He didn't think much of it because he didn't have anything to buy from the mysterious merchant. But it wouldn't harm to keep it in mind. Oh, by the way, you can have all the tokens. Yi and Wu looked back at Doyle at the unexpected remark. 81 tokens were quite a lot to just give away. He didn't understand why. Doyle smiled and said, "We didn't pay you front money when we made the deal, did we? Think of it as a down payment. What about Khan? He's really simple, you know. He'll do whatever I ask him to, so don't worry. You two also need karma. Haha, are you worried about us? We surely have enough for ourselves, so really, it's okay." Well then, thank you kindly. There was no reason to turn down their favor. Yi and Wu put the tokens inside a pouch he made from weaving the hide of the trolls. He had too many tokens so he didn't dare to swallow them anymore. This is easier than expected. Yi and Wu couldn't get rid of the idea that it was too easy. If he tried a little harder, he could move on to Section F. Of course, he wasn't going to actually do that. There was nothing major in Section F that would allow him to gather much karma. Section E was virtually the last place he could collect karma in large quantities. What's more, that guy will show up here too. The one that Yi and Wu had in his mind even before he entered the tutorial. The one that only appeared at this specific time period. He had to kill it before going to the next section. That will significantly increase my magic power. Then, I will be able to complete the succession process. If it was a solid vessel that Yi and Wu had acquired in Section B, what was left to be obtained in Section E was the content to fill up the vessel. Yi and Wu licked his lower lip. Once we kill the Lizardman King, I'll have to head straight to kill that guy. He already had his plan mapped out in his mind. The following day, Yi and Wu's party was able to reach their destination, the northern swamp. It was very hard to move their feet as the swamp was full of soft mud. Their feet sank deep into the swamp with every step they took, and it was getting deeper as they moved inward. At some point, they had to climb up a tree and jump from tree to move around. During the meantime, they had several fights whenever they came across a lizardman settlement. Lizardmen are reptilian monsters with the ability to walk upright. These monsters have knowledge of wielding swords and possess high intelligence, they even know how to hunt. They would attack with a hit-and-run style in order to exhaust the intruders as much as possible, before launching a final attack where they'd usually all jump in at once. However, it did not work against Yi and Wu's party at all. They showed no signs of fatigue even after a series of battles. They just wiped out every single lizardman they saw. And Yi and Wu even looted materials from the monsters' carcasses. What else are you going to take this time? Their eyes. Lizardmen's eyeballs are a very useful item for making artifacts with certain buffs. Yeah, of course. Well, there are bodies lying everywhere around here, so go ahead. Help yourself. Khan shook his head in disgust, and once Yi and Wu started to cut off the spikes on their tails, he no longer spoke a word. I need their eyes to forge the artifact, Yiga's eyes. It was an artifact named after a giant that's said to have hundreds of arms and thousands of eyes. Yi and Wu swore to himself that he would get his hands on that artifact one day, and continued to move on. Meanwhile, thanks to his steady search, he now had 89 tokens in his possession. And only after destroying a couple of settlements, they were finally able to reach Hargan's lair. However, wait, is this? Yeah, looks like they already had some guests. Doyle looked at Khan with a worried look. Khan nodded gravely. Yi and Wu also narrowed his brows. There were bloodstains and other traces of battle along the way leading to Hargan's lair. They were traces of other players. Chapter 24. Deal 4. It hasn't been long since the battle took place. Yi and Wu leaned down and touched the bloodstained soil with his hands. He also checked the traces left on trees and rocks. Anyone could tell he knew what he was doing. 5 hours. No, it was about 6 hours ago. 6 hours. Khan muttered in a small voice. Doyle asked Yi and Wu with a worried look. These people, did they succeed? Hidden pieces were supposed to be literally hidden. They were valuable only when kept hidden. They played a role in raising players' morale and encouraging them to stay focused without falling behind. So hidden pieces in the tutorial never occurred again in the same round once they were cleared. Then what would happen if the other players had already cleared Hargan's lair? For Khan and Doyle, who needed Hargan's crown, it would be a tremendous loss. Also, even though Khan and Doyle hadn't told Yi and Wu yet, it wasn't just the crown that they needed. There was something else they wanted to obtain using the crown. It was an essential element for the two who were plotting something big. Therefore, the interference of other players wasn't good news. But Yi and Wu stood up. He further examined the traces and gave them a reassuring answer. No, there are only traces leading inside, but there are no signs of people coming out. And apparently the people who came here didn't come in search of Hargan's lair. What do you mean? Look here. Yi and Wu pointed towards a deep trench on the ground. It's a trail of something heavy being dragged through the ground. That must be the players' bodies. I think the lizard men used some kind of bait and lured them here. And then, nobody knows. Khan and Doyle couldn't help but frown. Although Yi and Wu hadn't said anything, they could imagine what had happened to them. Monsters weren't always the prey. There were times when monsters themselves became the hunters and preyed on players. For them, this place was their home. They knew the local geography better than players. Of course there would be traps lying around. Yi and Wu presumed this had something to do with those traps. Goddamn sons of bitches. Fortunately for Yi and Wu, Khan only spat out some curses and didn't seem to want to intervene in this matter. I thought he was just naive, but he can keep his cool when necessary. Yi and Wu nodded quietly. If Khan had lost his judgment out of simple emotions, Yi and Wu had planned to return the tokens and just leave. But Khan must have been acting calm to set an example as Doyle's senior. Then Yi and Wu noticed that Doyle, who usually had good control over his feelings, had a grim expression on his face. Doyle noticed Yi and Wu's gaze and put on his usual smile. He looked at Yi and Wu and raised his brows as if asking if there was something wrong with him. Yi and Wu knitted his eyebrows, but soon shook his head. He remained silent. Just then, it is really irritating to just let it go, but we can't afford to overexert ourselves. So, Kane. Yi and Wu turned his head as he heard his code name. Yes, we haven't told you anything about this place yet, have we? Yi and Wu quietly nodded his head. Up till now, he had been pretending not to know, so now he had to keep pretending. Besides, he wanted to know how much they knew about Hargan's lair and what kind of plan they had in mind. Khan continued with a serious look. This place is called Hargan's lair. Lair, yes. You remember the lizard men we've been dealing with on our way here, right? Hargan is a leader, chief among all chiefs, a king. Well, he is something like that. And this is where he is. Sounds like he's strong. Yeah, definitely. Us two together probably can't kill him either. A dungeon with a boss monster that the 3rd and 11th rankers could not kill. Yi and Wu then asked a question. Even with me, that's a different story, but it's still gonna be tough. There's also a female one inside the lair. That one's the real deal. As expected, Khan and Doyle seemed to have accurate information about Hargan's lair. There's one thing for sure. No matter how hard we try, the three of us can't kill both bosses. We'll die in vain. Then what's our plan? Theft. Yes. Khan nodded with a serious look. The male one is outside the lair and the female one is inside. While I deal with the male one, you will have to distract the female one. Then Doyle will take the crown from her head. And then, we'll make a run for it. Khan snickered as if Yi and Wu was asking something obvious. As I said, the female one is ridiculously strong. You cannot kill her on your own. So don't you ever fight her head on, you just have to get her aggro. Understood. Yi and Wu gave him a nod. Khan stared at Yi and Wu in surprise. How are you taking this so calmly? That was our deal, wasn't it? Khan's face turned red as he scratched his cheek. Well, you know, I'm telling you to take the hardest role in our plan. I thought you'd say you want to take the male one. I know you're afraid that I might run away if things go wrong. Don't worry, I don't make promises I can't keep. But if we are planning on running away, I must ask you something else in return for our deal. Khan smiled broadly. You bet we will. Man, I'm such a good judge of character. I knew you'd figure out your job and help us. Yi and Wu still found him bothersome and let out a snort with his arms crossed. Yi and Wu had been executing his duties in the battlefield of Africa. This was nothing different from that. The only difference was that he used to be a soldier who was simply driven by orders from his superiors, but now he was more like a mercenary who was driven by money. Let's get started. Khan drew his sword from his waist. Swing. The sunlight reflected on the blade produced an ominous red gloss. Yi and Wu's party moved forward while maintaining an arrowhead formation with Khan at the front. Soon after, you have entered a field. You have found the hidden piece, Hargan's lair. You have acquired 500 karma. Rustle. As a bush stirred, a lizard man patrolling the lair suddenly shouted out loud. HSSs. Humans. There are humans here. From then on, Yi and Wu's party started running through the field. Hargan was the king of the lizardmen. Of course, if there was a king, there also had to be lots and lots of royal guards protecting their king. Every single one of the lizardmen gathered in this place were among the greatest warriors their species had to offer. The lizardmen that were standing in front of their party could not be compared to the ones they had met on their way here. Clang clang. As they traversed through a horde of lizardmen, the male lizardman king, Hargan, made his appearance and let out a deafening roar. Cock. Humans. You dare enter my lair? You must die. The average lizardman was about 2 meters tall, but Hargan was about twice as big. His scales glimmered blue, and his scimitar was drenched in blood. His monstrous roar exuded an overwhelming aura. A hidden boss monster, Hargan the Lizardman King has emerged. Hidden quest: the King of Lizardmen. Content. In Section E, there are 5 kings that rule over the forest. Hargan is the king of the Lizardman, who owns the northern swamp. Defeat all his guards and slay Hargan the Lizardman King. Rewards: Hargan's crown, blue scale scimitar, ownership of the lair. Krawarwa, what a monster it is. Yi and Wu frowned at Hargan, who greatly affected his senses simply by spreading out his presence. The quest window also showed up, but he didn't pay any attention to it. Kwaa, he is gigantic. He had never experienced such enormous pressure. He hadn't felt like this even when he had first entered the tutorial. It was close to the fear he had felt when he was brought to the battlefield in Africa for the first time. The boiling tension made his right hand holding the dagger to be soaked in sweat. There was a fair amount of distance between Yi and Wu and Hargan, but to him, it felt certainly very close. Because we stumbled upon this lair by pure coincidence, we were so nervous when we first faced Hargan. Some of our teammates even shrank back in horror. The feeling of pressure Hargan gave us was that huge. In front of him, we felt like we were small and insignificant beings. My blood ran cold. I clenched my teeth in an attempt to repel the fear, but it wasn't enough to stop my legs from trembling. Yi and Wu could now understand what his brother had experienced. Even if he had broken through in succession all the way up to Section E, he had never seen such a strong monster that gave off this kind of different feeling. A strong murderous intent that aroused his instinct was as frightening as it could be. However, I've had enough of this already. Yi and Wu put more strength into his eyes and managed to stay composed. Suddenly, the spirit surrounding Yi and Wu started to push away Hargan's pressure. Whoosh! Quote exclamation mark quote. Hargan stopped in the middle of his roar. His face quickly stiffened. His eyes were fixed on Yi and Wu. His instincts were telling him something. Out of all the players he had met, the guy with the white mask was a true warrior who must have honed his murderous aura while wandering around many battlefields. I will kill you, human. Hargan tightened his grip on the scimitar and jumped at Yi and Wu. As the body well over 2 meters in size rushed towards him like a mad bull, Yi and Wu felt the murderous intent blowing across the lair like a windstorm. Because he was running so fast, some of the lizardmen in front of him were kicked out of his way. However, Yi and Wu, who had honed his aura throughout the course of many wars, didn't back out. At that moment, Khan jumped forward. Swish! Tang! Khan's sword struck Hargan's scimitar. The clash created sparks along with a fierce mana storm. Hargan's face was completely distorted. Human, get out of my way. You are no match for me. I'm sorry, but I'm not who I used to be. Khan put on a cold grin and pulled his scimitar back. He had a record of fleeing from Hargan, so he was already familiar with his combat pattern. Hargan's enormous frame slightly tilted, then he backed away. Then his face distorted even more, and he swung his scimitar with all his strength in order to kill Khan. However, Khan's current attribute points were higher than when he had first fought Hargan. He wasn't going to lose so easily like last time. They collided once more. Kung! Khan was pushed back by the impact. A column of steam was rising from his tensed-up muscles, and his eyes were bloodshot. A stuffy smell was leaking from his mouth. But for some reason, Khan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hargan was still too strong, but it didn't feel as hopeless as before. An obscure desire to keep on fighting with Hargan arose from within him. But Khan tried to suppress the desire. This was not the time to indulge himself. He had to make enough time for Yi and Wu and Doyle to break through the lair's entrance. Hargan then dashed towards him, but this time Khan just stepped aside. Hargan, now with his lid flipped, turned around and tried to grab him. Stop running away and face me. Even though Hargan possessed high intelligence, a monster was just a monster after all. Khan kept narrowly dodging his attacks and lured him towards the pack of lizardmen. Every time Hargan launched an attack, 3 to 4 lizardmen ended up being sliced by his scimitar. The royal guards begged their king to calm down, but Khan used a hit-and-run tactic to keep his aggro on him. Outside the lair was becoming more and more chaotic. In the meantime, Yi and Wu and Doyle were able to get inside the lair by taking advantage of the confusion. There were other guards throughout the passage of the lair. However, their foreheads were pierced by Yi and Wu's dagger as soon as they appeared. On the way to their destination, the two hadn't spoken a word. Doyle might have been worried about Khan, but he kept his focus on his current duty and held his mouth closed. He was fully aware of the fact that the chances of Khan's survival depended on how fast he could steal the crown. Soon after, they were able to reach the deepest area of the lair, the queen's room. What Yi and Wu and Doyle witnessed there was. It's a person. Save me. Please. He help. Limbs that had been pulled out from their bodies, heads left with expressions that showed the excruciating pain they had gone through, and bits of flesh and stains of blood scattered all over the place. It was an absolutely disastrous scene. And there were other people tied up in chains and locked up in cages like livestock. This place was a human farm. Chapter 25, Deal 6. Yi and Wu's expression sank deeply as he recalled the traces of players he had found earlier at the entrance. This was the end players must have met after being captured by the monsters. This place was used to keep humans trapped like livestock. Although it wasn't revealed because he was wearing a mask, he himself was also seething with anger. The hidden piece, Hargan's lair, is literally the lair of the Lizard King, Hargan, and the Queen, Turagan. It's their home. At this point in time, they are rigidly keeping watch to protect their newborn babies. Plus, in order to feed their babies, they would often hunt players and bring them over to their lair. These scattered body parts in front of Yi and Wu were the scraps left after their predation. In other words, this place was used as storage to keep their food and have it prepared for their children. Be it in Earth or here, at the end of the day it's all the same. Similar scenes were often seen when he was serving in the military in the past. Scenes of the weak being kidnapped and made into slaves. Kids were brainwashed and made to shoot rifles, the elderly were forced to become suicide bombers, women were taken as sexual slaves, and many more tragic scenes could be seen during his missions. The situation here was not much different from that. The only difference was that the victims here weren't treated as slaves but as livestock or food, and that the perpetrators were lizardmen, not humans. There was no difference at its core. No, maybe this wasn't even part of the lizardmen's customs. Between people's treatment towards pigs and cows and their treatment towards people, was there any difference? The people were yelling for help, but if looked from another angle, they were just like cows tearing up before being dragged into a slaughterhouse. Yi and Wu calmly sorted out the situation. If we waste our time rescuing them, we won't have enough time to take the crown from the female. Most importantly, the players here had brought this crisis to themselves. The strong survive and the weak perish. This was common sense in the tower. Those people had failed to realize their limits and participated in the trials in hope of becoming gods. Their actions were merely a thoughtless act of bravado. The queen could show up anytime soon. I'll go find her, so you should go hide yourself. But when Yi and Wu took a glimpse at Doyle, he noticed Doyle was standing rooted to the spot. Yi and Wu then completely turned around expecting the worst. As far as he was concerned, Doyle had always been reasonable and he knew how to restrain himself, except for that one moment when he saw the traces of players being attacked. And sure enough, his expression was now stiff and his clenched fist was quivering with anger. Don't you get angry? His teary eyes looked at Yi and Wu. Angry? Yes, angry. How can you be so calm after seeing this? Yi and Wu was a little disappointed. Doyle was just a kid after all. I am also a person. One wouldn't be a person if they didn't get mad at this. Then why are you? But if we save them, Khan will be in danger. Quote exclamation mark quote. Doyle was left in shock. Yi and Wu turned on his heel. Don't forget, Khan is still fighting with Hargan at this very moment. He can't deal with Hargan alone, and the longer we stay here, the more dangerous it gets. Quote. Pull yourself together and think about your priorities. But if you still want to act at your own discretion, I will be putting myself out of this business. You two can die for all I care. Doyle bit his lower lip. His eyes were shaking due to his continuous inner conflicts. Yi and Wu squinted at Doyle. In his eyes, Doyle's agonized look overlapped with the image of his comrades back in the military. Does he have a trauma? It must be PTSD. Post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD for short. It is a mental health problem that can occur after witnessing or experiencing a traumatic event. Something from his past must be triggering his emotions. But Yi and Wu didn't know what Doyle had been through. What he could tell was that he had experienced something similar to this in the past and that he was being hindered by that exact memory. Quote. After a short silence, slap, Doyle slapped himself hard on the cheek with both hands, leaving a couple of red handprints on his pure white skin. His once furious-looking eyes were now filled with determination, as if he had made a firm resolve in his mind. Doyle soon looked up at Yi and Wu and apologized. I'm sorry, I was being thoughtless. Yi and Wu realized that Doyle had suppressed his trauma and managed to prioritize Khan. Perhaps this would have a great impact on him, widening his view of the world in the future. Let's get back to work. Khan is still waiting for us outside. When Doyle was about to move on. Wait a second. Yi and Wu had another great idea. The reason why Hargan made this human farm was to feed their children. Then, they could also use that to their advantage. Hold still. What's wrong? I've just come up with a good idea. Can I modify our plan a little bit? If it goes well, we can also save the people here. Quote. Doyle opened his eyes wide. Even though he had chosen Khan as his top priority, a part of him was still holding on to hope, and to his surprise, Yi and Wu was talking about a plan to save them all. Doyle's eyes glistened with curiosity. I need you to summon the flame bugs you showed me last night. Under the mask, Yi and Wu let out a cold laugh. Queen Taragan unleashed her boiling anger. Humans! How dare humans enter my lair? She swung her club and crushed the head of a lizard man in front of her. The royal guard who had only come to report was killed all of a sudden, but the other guards didn't try to stop Taragan. Even Hargan couldn't do anything when she became hysterical. In times like this, they knew they had to leave her alone to avoid further damage. My babies. They must have come after my babies. Taragan had laid 14 eggs in total. From those, 3 of them weren't able to break out of their shells, and another 3 were eaten by other monsters outside the lair. Again, another 3 suffered from an unknown disease and eventually slowly met their deaths. For this reason, the 5 remaining hatchlings were so special to the couple, that the lair had to be kept safe from any threat no matter the cost. But right now, she was told that humans came into their lair. Not as the food tied in chains, but as intruders holding swords. They were the ones that had fled before. Taragan raised herself with the blood-dripping club on her hand. You, protect my babies. Even if you die, protect my babies. Her obsession towards her hatchlings made her believe that the humans would go after them. If so, she, who was stronger than her husband, had to step up and fend off the intruders. The guards also knew about her obsession, so they positively answered. They knew that if her babies suffered the smallest wound, their heads would be the next ones to be crushed. Kung. Every time her 3-meter-tall body moved, the floor shook violently. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Taragan. Blazing eyes underneath a white mask. It was Yi and Wu. He was holding a leather pouch with unknown contents in his right hand. Human, I will kill you. Taragan roared at the human who dared to fearlessly show himself. Her ferocious roar rang throughout the entire lair. But Yi and Wu spoke to her with a smile on his face. Hey, Lizard Queen, what, do you like fireworks? What are you? When she was about to stomp on Yi and Wu and his nonsense, Yi and Wu suddenly threw the leather pouch into the room where the hatchlings were. Taragan felt a sense of crisis, quickly swung her club and burst the pouch in midair. With a pop, the red powder came out of the pouch and spread like fog, obscuring Taragan's sight. It was the powder made from the monsters he had endlessly hunted in the Room of Frost and Flames. Doyle, On Yi and Wu's signal, Doyle, who was hiding in a corner, quickly commanded the flamebugs towards the powder. A wild explosion engulfed Turagan. Quang, swish. Yi and Wu and Doyle then quickly ran into the room. Kua, you vermins. From the spot where the explosion had swept through, Turagan turned towards the room as she forcefully clove her way through the fire. One of her eyes was destroyed and her burnt skin was festering. She had serious injuries on the upper half of her body, but she couldn't just stand there crying in pain. Humans were after her babies. She had to go protect her babies. But when she rushed into the room, Yi and Wu and Doyle had already eliminated the guards and each one of them was holding a hatchling. Yi and Wu, in particular, raised the one he was holding to give her a better view of what was going to happen next. And with a cold smile, he sliced its neck with his dagger. Spurt, Ak, Human, Ho-Oh, how dare yo! Madness took control over Turagan's mind. As she lost her reason, she charged towards Yi and Wu like a bull. The only thing left in her head was the thought of tearing Yi and Wu to death. Rumble, if you treated humans as livestock. But Yi and Wu had already grabbed onto the rest of the hatchlings and started to back off. Once again, Yi and Wu shoved his dagger into the neck of one of the hatchlings that was struggling in his grip. A terrible scream echoed throughout the lair. You should have been aware that it could happen to you too, right? Let go of that HAAAND. Human. But Yi and Wu's words never reached Turagan's ear. Her eyes were only fixed onto her dying babies as she chased after Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu carelessly threw the dead baby onto the floor, and the moment when Turagan jumped forward to catch her baby. Quang, KWA Quang. One of the booby traps they had installed immediately after entering the room was triggered, causing a massive explosion that could not be compared to the previous one. Then the explosion triggered another trap, and another one, producing an immense chain explosion. The ground was quaking, the trees were burning. The whole room was engulfed by a deluge of fire. Turagan was suffering excruciating pain inside the blazing inferno. Kuek, human. If Turagan were her normal self, she would have noticed the booby traps. Some parts of the booby traps weren't camouflaged well enough because they were made in a rush, however, Yi and Wu used Turagan's obsession for her babies to his advantage. No mother would stay sane after witnessing her child's death. Knowing this, Yi and Wu aimed at her very weakness, and Turagan could only helplessly fall for his traps. No, my babies, my little babies. Turagan somehow survived through the explosions. Even though she was suffering from burns all over her body, she was still anxiously looking for her hatchlings. But Yi and Wu and Doyle still had her 3 remaining babies in their hands. As they kept retreating, they killed her babies one by one while luring her to every single trap they had installed. By the time the last one died, Turagan was caught in the last remaining booby trap and her body collapsed onto the floor. Quang, Yi and Wu pushed his dagger deep into Turagan's throat and put an end to her life. Between humans and monsters, it's only kill or be killed. You have slain the boss monster, Turagan, the lizard man queen. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 500 karma. The lizard men have been demoralized. Monsters in Hargan's lair enter a panicked state. A flood of messages notifying him of Turagan's death popped up in front of Yi and Wu was suddenly overcome with fatigue. That was the last bit of powder I had left from the room of frost and flame. Although it was the booby traps that did all the work, it still hadn't been easy to lure her in while keeping a proper distance from her. If he had made a mistake, or if Turagan had come to her senses, their plan would have been completely spoiled. It would have been impossible if Doyle hadn't ignited the flamebugs with precise timing. Considering he had come up with the plan on the spot, everything had worked out perfectly. Then Doyle came running and stood next to Yi and Wu. He looked like he couldn't believe they had just killed Turagan. Compared to what happened when he had tried to raid this dungeon with Khan, this was an unbelievable success. He never would have thought that using a simple material from a dungeon that he must have found by luck could bring such an amazing result. The capacity to make judgment during combat, to come up with a plan, and the ability to execute it. Doyle looked at Yi and Wu with eyes filled with respect. Not caring about Doyle's gaze, Yi and Wu pointed towards the dead body with his chin. Go take the crown first. We have to hurry up and join with Khan outside. Doyle answered with a nod and approached Turagan's corpse. She had been burned to death, in her bosom she was still holding her baby's dead bodies. It was certainly a tear-jerking display of maternal love. But Doyle's look was icy cold. Just like Yi and Wu had said, humans and monsters had to kill each other. And once again, he had been made painfully aware that this place was the tower where the weak get eaten by the strong. Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes as he watched Doyle take the crown from Turagan's head. I'll have to come back after we're done with this business. Turagan's body had strong vitality even after her death. Although it was incomparable to extracting life energy from the living, if a corpse had some energy left in their body, Batory's vampiric sword could still drain it. So if Yi and Wu could absorb her energy, it would be considerably beneficial towards improving his attribute points. I might be able to take her skill too. While Yi and Wu was looking at Turagan's body with a serious look, Doyle pulled out the crown and held it tight in his hand. His fists trembled with thrill. Yi and Wu turned to the direction where Khan would be. If he and Doyle joined him, they might even be able to take down Hargan. Yi and Wu was thinking of looting Hargan's body, not to mention earning the karma points. Suddenly, cooing, Turagan, Turagan, with his thumping footsteps, Hargan popped out from the corner of the passage. His face was all twisted as if he had come running at the sound of the explosion. Khan came into the room right after him. He could tell that Khan had a fierce battle outside just by his looks. He looked very exhausted. But Khan quickly noticed what had happened as he took a quick look around the area filled with traces of explosions. He smiled to acknowledge a job well done and held tightly onto his sword once again. His exhausted body was reinvigorated. And, pat, he plucked up his courage and dashed towards Hargan. As if they had prearranged it, Yi and Wu and Doyle also moved at the same time. They had 3 people on their side. Even if they were a bit tired and had no more booby traps left, it was still enough to fight Hargan. Whistle. It was at the moment when the 3 were about to reach Hargan, who seemed to be preoccupied with Turagan's death, that Yi and Wu noticed something strange. His senses suddenly began to warn him that the monster in front of him was dangerous. Then, he remembered one part from the diary. Hargan was much smaller and weaker than Turagan. But the reason he was able to become the leader of the lizard man was because he had one unique skill. And it was called Heatwave Refung. His brother and his team, Arthea, had to suffer through a lot of hardship during their raid due to this skill, Heat Wave. Streams of heated air emanated from his scimitar and hovered around Hargan's body. He was about to cast Heat Wave. Get away from him. Yi and Wu quickly made a turn mid-run. Khan and Doyle, also sensing the danger, each turned in a right angle and ran far from Hargan's reach. Then Hargan struck the ground hard with his scimitar. Quang! The ground surrounding Hargan collapsed with an explosion and flames shot up from the ground at random. The sea of flame quickly engulfed the entire lair, eradicating what was left after the chain explosion. Shit! Yi and Wu quickly covered his face with his arms but was still pushed back by the gust of wind. Because the place was filled with so much heat, nothing could be felt within the area he scanned with his strengthened senses. He didn't even know where Khan and Doyle were. Whistle. After the heat had settled down, Yi and Wu could barely see the other side through the gap between his arms. What's going on? The lair had completely collapsed. The world was full of red flames and black smoke. The scene was telling him how he had gotten the title of Lizardman King. What if he had been one step late and got caught up in that? He would be just ashes by now. That was how destructive it looked. Then, Yi and Wu witnessed with his own eyes. Turagan, I will get revenge on him. For you and our children. The sight of Hargan holding the body of Turagan and his babies in his arms and crying out to the sky. Chomp, and the sight of him biting into Turagan's neck without hesitation. It was cannibalism. He was trying to embrace the power of Turagan. It was something that wasn't written in the diary. Boss monster, Hargan, Lizardman King, has used, consume. Hargan has successfully stolen powers from Turagan, Lizardman Queen. Mutation is in progress. Second phase will begin. Rumble. Heat wave once again raved through the lair, producing a massive earthquake. Chapter 26. Consume 1. Crash. Like the ripples produced by a stone being thrown into a calm lake, waves of scorching wind were blowing away everything in their path. It was hard to even stand still. They would get scalded any moment soon if they kept themselves exposed to this heat. Yi and Wu and Khan quickly found rocks and tree stumps to hide behind. The heat was drying up the trees, setting them on fire, and steam was rising up from the rocks. Doyle was also backing off as he hid behind a shield of flies. This is getting nuts. Yi and Wu put on a frown as he peeked at Hargan, who was continuously releasing heat waves. He was eating Turagan's body in a reverent manner as if it were a sacred ritual. Crunch crack. With each bite, Hargan's body seemed to undergo noticeable changes. The intensity and the temperature of the heat waves was also rising. Second phase. It was an unexpected message. Yi and Wu frowned angrily. Multi-phase should be a pattern only present in strong boss monsters in the latter floors of the tower. But right now, a mere boss monster from the tutorial was displaying such pattern. Was his resentment that big? At that moment, Yi and Wu noticed Khan looking his way. He was asking him what was he going to do next. Their target, Hargan's crown, was already in Doyle's hand, so they could just escape the dungeon, although even that wouldn't be easy to do. He'll follow us no matter where we go. Besides, it won't be easy to run away from him because of the heat waves. Desertification was rapidly spreading throughout Hargan's lair, as well as the surrounding forest. The flying fire sparks landed on other pieces of parched wood, further spreading out the wildfire. In addition to that, the strong gusts of wind also impeded their escape. Khan was also knitting his brows, perhaps he was thinking the same as Yi and Wu. He then looked at Yi and Wu asking if he had any plan up his sleeve like the one he used when killing Turagan. Yi and Wu, however, shook his head as he could not come up with a way to overcome the crisis. No, he about to shook his head, but he paused. Something else suddenly occurred to him. It's either we do something about it or we die. Then we have to at least try it out. Yi and Wu's mind was quickly racing. Just when he was thinking of a way to communicate his idea. Hung, can you hear me? Yi and Wu jerked his head trying to find the source of the sudden noise, but he couldn't find the owner of the voice, only a fingernail-sized bug buzzing about his head. The bug landed onto Yi and Wu's right shoulder. Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes. Is this you, Doyle? Hee, that's a relief. I was wondering if this would work well. I can hear your voice too. You had a bug that can deliver voices. It's actually called a mind conveyance bug. It allows its owner to deliver their thoughts through it, but the details don't really matter, so you can think of it however is more comfortable for you. Yi and Wu silently nodded his head. By the way, you must have thought of a way, right? Yi and Wu smirked a little. Doyle came just at the right moment when he was trying to figure out a way to deliver his plan. As expected, Doyle had quickly noticed that Yi and Wu had worked out a plan and made contact with him. Can you tell Khan about this plan? If you want me to just deliver the message, then yes. Okay, that'll do. Yi and Wu raised the corner of his mouth and started to speak. Rumble. Hargan finally finished his ritual and slowly rose from his seating position. Turagan's body was no longer there, instead, Hargan was now as big as Turagan had been. He was now 3 meters in size, holding his scimitar in one hand and Turagan's club in the other. He then let out a violent roar. Kuo-o. The whole forest trembled as if it were about to collapse. Human, show yourself. Human. Hargan started searching around with his blazing eyes. Kung. The earth shook as the heat wave became even more intense. Steam was fuming out from the ground as it boiled from the extreme temperature. Human, if you don't come out, I will find you. Hargan grimaced and shifted his glare to one side. It was the place where the rubble left from the destroyed lair was scattered around, where the human had taken the lives of his precious wife and children. And when Hargan was about to rush towards the rubble, Yi and Wu suddenly came out from behind a rock. Standing on top of the rock, he stuck out his finger and made a beckoning gesture towards Hargan. Try me, I will kill yo. Hargan kicked the ground with his feet. Kwang. With just one dash, Hargan propelled himself towards where Yi and Wu was standing. The earth was quaking, and the heat wave was blowing in all directions. Flames surged from beneath the ground, giving sense of oppression. His skin almost dried up and burned from the heat just by standing near him, but Yi and Wu only stood still at the spot despite the approaching heat. He just kept a close watch on Hargan with his eyes half open. In that instant, something very thin started weaving itself near his heart. For the first time, Mana was taking action on its own in order to protect its owner and invoke his skills. Sense strengthening, combat will, time around Yi and Wu slowed down. No, to be precise, his maximized concentration accelerated his thought process, making everything except for his own consciousness seem to slow down. Yi and Wu could now clearly examine both the appearance of incoming Hargan and the heat waves surrounding him. Normally, his brain would have been under serious pressure. However, the changes caused by Flame Heart and Frost Crest helped him endure the pain. Yi and Wu, therefore, cast another skill. The mana flowing inside his body gathered around his eyes. The pupils in his eyes transformed into vertical slits. Draconic eyes. In a world brimming with flaws, Yi and Wu quickly glanced at his surroundings. Hargan, the heat waves, the flames, their contours were all fluctuating with flaws. With this sight burned into his eyes, Yi and Wu made his move. Kwang! Yi and Wu swiftly threw himself towards Hargan. A move that in the eyes of others, could only be seen as an act of suicide. However, Yi and Wu sliced along the flaws displayed amid the flames as he clove through the heat wave. Soon, his slice formed a diagonal fault from one side of his field of sight to another, and the upper side segment seemed to slide down along it. Whoosh! The fire blocking Yi and Wu's way was suddenly put out. The heat wave was equally split in half and brushed past Yi and Wu. Kwang! It was such an unbelievable spectacle even though it was happening right in front of their eyes. Human! Hargan dismissed this as a coincidence and kept swinging his scimitar ceaselessly. With every swing, pillars of flame gushed out from beneath and gales of heat waves swept the ground. Swish swish! However, Yi and Wu slashed a few times into their flaws and easily tore off the heat waves. This scene looked as if the flames were intentionally avoiding Yi and Wu. Eventually, Yi and Wu was able to reach Hargan and collided with him. Kwang! After obtaining Targan's power, Hargan's strength was without a doubt destructive. The scimitar almost severed Yi and Wu in two pieces, but stopped right in front of Yi and Wu's brow. A tiny crack formed in the middle of the scimitar where it had clashed with Yi and Wu's dagger. It was the flaw. The dagger then started chiseling into the crack. Although it may not have been able to break the scimitar, it was enough to narrow the overwhelming gap in strength. That alone was a tremendous success. Cooing, as if not being able to tolerate it anymore, Hargan loudly roared and put even more strength into his scimitar. Once again, a wave of heated wind was storming across the lair. Yi and Wu avoided confronting him in terms of strength. He dodged left as he parried the attack to his right. The scimitar helplessly struck the ground. Hargan's body briefly stumbled after losing balance, and then, pat! Khan and Doyle quickly jumped in as if they had been waiting for this moment. Khan dashed right by Hargan, slicing his ankle. Doyle detonated a series of insect bombs made of flame bugs. You insects! The fact that he was being made a fool by mere humans further angered Hargan. So he roughly pulled out his scimitar and held it high in the air. It was the position required to cast heat wave. Kwang! When that happened, Yi and Wu barged in and severed the corresponding flaw. How dare you! Hargan tried to attack Yi and Wu once again, and at the same time, Khan and Doyle rushed to attack Hargan. Kwang Kwang! The three of them faced Hargan by continuously making use of this disruptive tactic. Whenever Yi and Wu interrupted a heat wave, Khan and Doyle would watch for a chance to attack, and when Hargan moved to catch the two, Yi and Wu would rush back from behind to grab his aggro. As a result, Hargan's aggro kept switching back and forth between the three of them as his skill kept getting interrupted midcast. And in the meantime, his wounds continued to accumulate and he was quickly losing stamina. However, Yi and Wu's party couldn't put themselves at ease yet. If their control went off for even a bit, it would be over for them. They had to keep their heads straight until very the end. Besides, their fatigue was also building up, and they had to cope with it with sheer mental strength. I will not forgive you. I have to avenge Taragan. But at some point, rumble, Hargan's attacks began to slow down. The temperature around him also noticeably settled down. Avenge Taragan. Have to avenge my babies. Quote, his voice also sounded weary. Just then, Yi and Wu moved. Now, schluck. Yi and Wu slid in between Hargan's legs and sliced his ankle, severing his artery. Hargan stumbled heavily due to the attack. If it hadn't been for their stream of continuous attacks, he would have been able to keep his balance and stand up immediately, but right now, Hargan was so exhausted that he barely managed to stand up after sticking his sword into the ground to support his body. In the meantime, Yi and Wu jumped on his shoulder and stretched out his left hand. Black energy clotted along his palm. It suddenly swung open side to side, revealing a series of serrated teeth. Yi and Wu then shoved them right into Hargan's neck, which by now was full of wounds. It was his fourth time using a skill during the fight with Hargan. Devour. Bathory's vampiric sword. Kyak. The serrated teeth let out a terrible, nightmarish shriek. Let go. Let go. Hargan tried to struggle free, feeling that his soul was being torn apart. He shook his body violently in an effort to get rid of Yi and Wu, but Khan and Doyle took the chance to sever Hargan's wrist and stabbed other of his vital points in order to restrain his movement. You have absorbed vitality and energy. Your strength has increased by 3 points. Your dexterity has increased by 2 points. Bathory's vampiric sword, skill proficiency has increased 5.4%. Thanks to the enormous amount of vitality Hargan had, even though their tactic had tired him out, numerous messages were constantly filling up his retina. No matter what, I will kill you no matter what. But he realized the moment of death was upon him. Hargan poured out all his last remaining energy. The fire raged along his skin and soon engulfed Yi and Wu. Rush, Kane. The intensity of the flames even made Khan and Doyle stop their attacks and fall back. They could only worriedly watch Yi and Wu, who was still stuck to Hargan. Despite the searing pain, Yi and Wu pushed the teeth deeper into Hargan's neck. He used the energy he extracted from him to heal himself and endure for longer. Then, Kung. Finally, Hargan fell on one knee to the ground. He tried to stand up using his scimitar as a cane. It was the last bit of effort he could make. However, Yi and Wu's serrated teeth also completely swallowed such will. Hargan's hand slipped off the hilt and he collapsed to the floor. I have to avenge Turagan, avenge our babies. It was his last words before he finally closed his eyes. You have slain the second boss monster, Hargan, Lizardman King. Additional karma will be provided according to your contribution to the raid. You have acquired 2000 karma. Quest completed. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 1000 karma. You have acquired 500 additional karma. The messages popped up frantically. It was only then that Yi and Wu got off from Hargan's corpse, which had an appearance similar to that of a mummy. This is crazy. The world was spinning because of the intense heartburn and dizziness from the aftereffects of combining skills. The worst part was the burning pain in his eyes and brain due to the overload. Well, we still made it. The basis of his plan was Batory's vampiric sword. The number 66 represented one of the best skills present in the tower, so Yi and Wu was hoping it would somehow help him kill Hargan. Fortunately for them, the plan did work out as he expected. If they had made any mistake, instead of Hargan's, it would be their bodies lying on the floor right now. Now that he was seeing the messages that informed him of the quest completion and the death of the boss monster, he was finally able to calm down. But there was something else that made Yi and Wu happy the most. It was the message that popped up at the very last. Batory's vampiric sword has extracted the essence from the target, successfully stealing a part of the target's skill. The skill, Heat Wave, has been created. Chapter 27. Consume 2. The proficiency of Batory's vampiric sword is too low. Adjusting the grade of obtained the skill. The skill, Heat Wave, has been modified to Flame Infusion. Flame Infusion. Rating, D+. Proficiency, 0.0%. Description, downgraded form of Hargan's Lizardman King innate skill, Heat Wave. Imbues the desired tool with fire. Fire of higher temperature can be created depending on the skill proficiency. Innate skill, and it's a buff skill. Yi and Wu clenched his fists as he checked the skill description. He felt as if the after effects of combining skills was being washed away. Even if it had been downgraded to a lower rating, it was still an innate skill from a boss monster. Innate skill. It was similar to a unique skill, but slightly different. They were both exclusive to specific beings, only. Normally, no one except for the original owner could acquire such skill. Not only were they powerful, but they were also rare. However, unlike unique skills which were limited to players, innate skills belonged to boss monsters. This meant that, even if the boss monster with an innate skill died, it would appear once again as the monster respawned in every round. This was also the reason for Hargan's appearance in this tutorial round, even though he had already been slain by his brother long time ago. So even though Heat Wave was Hargan's innate skill, it was also possible for other players to obtain it. But this was only in theory. Being present only in high-tier skills, the ability to extract skills wasn't commonly found in the tower, much less in the tutorial. In particular, Batory's vampiric sword was at the top of such skills, so it was safe to assume that Yi and Wu was the only one capable of stealing Hargan's skill at this stage. Because of the lack of skill proficiency, he didn't obtain Heat Wave as it was, but this was still a great achievement. He got his hands on a buff skill that can even infuse a tool with the fire property. An artifact's power will increase when imbued with certain properties. That's why artifacts with elemental buffs are usually traded at high prices. Now, Yi and Wu didn't need to find an artifact with elemental buffs. Furthermore, flame infusion could be used for various other purposes. Fire was a very offensively oriented and versatile element. I'll have to test it later. Yi and Wu slowly closed the skill window in a satisfied mood. While he was focused on his newly acquired skill, the after effects he was suffering from also ameliorated to a certain degree. He rose slowly from his seated position while trying to maintain balance. Seeing this, Khan and Doyle came to support him. Dude, your body. It wasn't easy for Khan to speak, as he was too worried about Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu had directly faced Hargan's last heat wave. Several burn marks could be seen through his half-burnt clothes. His white mask was also distorted from the intense heat. Don't worry, I'm all right. It's just hard to move, but it will get better over time. If he hadn't been able to heal his injuries with the energy drained by Batory's vampiric sword, it would have been the end for him. But Yi and Wu waved his hand to express that he was fine. Let me check, man. Yeah Hung, sit down for a moment in case you're hurt anywhere else. However, Khan and Doyle didn't take their worried looks off of him. They couldn't just leave him alone. Yi and Wu thought for a moment of how to get them off of him, and as he realized that there were still people locked up in the cages, he pointed towards the lair with his chin. I'm okay, I really don't need your help. But there are still people over there, is it okay to leave them like that? They might be in danger because of the fire. Only then did Doyle remember the people still trapped in the human farm. He took Khan with him and hurried over to the cages. Yi and Wu was finally able to rest with his back against a half-burnt tree stump. Then he closed his eyes and immersed himself into meditation in order to completely alleviate the aftereffects. The slaves were successfully rescued. Fortunately, Hargan's heat wave did not reach the human farm. Perhaps because it was a place assigned to preserve food for the hatchlings, it seemed they had designed this space to suffer less damage from outside impact. Thank you very much. Ahunghung. People burst into tears as their shackles and chains were being unlocked. And after recovering, some of them even started to brazenly kick Hargan's dead body over and over again. Other players even vented their anger on some of the remaining lizardmen. They had been brought back from the brink of death, but their teammates who they had been laughing and chatting with just a few days ago had been eaten alive by the lizardmen hatchlings right in front of their eyes. It was natural for their blood to boil just from looking at the monsters. Khan and Doyle just stood there watching until they finally settled down. After the people had somewhat alleviated their anger, a middle-aged man with bald head approached them to express his gratitude. I'd like to thank you one more time. Thanks to you, we've been able to avenge our teammates with the monsters dead, they'll be able to rest peacefully. Khan and Doyle waved their hands. No need to thank us, we only did what we were supposed to do. Khan calmly shook his head. With his character, he would have answered proudly, but right now he contained himself because he had noticed the heavy atmosphere. Still, his eyes were filled with pride. Then the middle-aged man asked him, "Oh, by the way, may I ask you a question?" "Yes, say it. I was wondering if you're Khan, the blood sword. Are you him?" "Oh, wow, I tried to keep it a secret." Haha. Khan pretended to be embarrassed by scratching the back of his head, but he couldn't stop his lips from curling upward. People's eyes grew wider. Is he really Khan, the blood sword? No wonder. I can't think of anyone else capable of slaying the Lizardman King. I've only heard rumors about him, but he really is great. I can't hold a candle to him. Then, the person next to him, isn't he Foxy Tail? Yeah, I think you're right. The more the people praised him, the broader his grin became. Doyle shook his head as he looked at Khan. He wondered how could Khan love being shown under the spotlight that much. Even though Khan was smirking, he did not forget to give his teammates due credit. Haha, thank you all for your compliment. But I must say, I'm not the only one who participated in Hargan's raid. In fact, I was only there helping our teammate. If we didn't have our friend over there, I don't even want to imagine what could have happened. Khan shook his head as he spoke in a humorous manner. Thanks to his efforts in making a pleasant atmosphere, people were slowly making themselves at ease. However, as soon as they turned their heads towards the direction Khan had pointed, their faces became stiff again. Yi and Wu was sitting there. Unlike Khan and Doyle, he was sitting far away from the crowd, lost in meditation. People immediately looked away from Yi and Wu. Some of them even frowned or spat on the floor as if they had seen something disgusting. Khan noticed the change in atmosphere, so he cautiously inquired the man. Is there something wrong? That person over there, is he your teammate? Yes, he is. Then I must warn you, please be careful going around with that man. Khan's face also darkened. I'd like to ask you for the reason. When Doyle first found us in the cages, it was him who told him to abandon us. The middle-aged man glared at Yi and Wu with an angry frown. Other players also recalled the conflict between Yi and Wu and Doyle at the time. Eventually, Doyle had also turned his back towards them, but the only thing left in their heads was the callous look of Yi and Wu who had tried to ditch them first. Khan looked at Doyle with a gloomy expression asking for the truth. Doyle wanted to explain why Yi and Wu had to say such a thing, but there were too many people watching them, so he couldn't help but sigh and nod. The middle-aged man took it as a yes, and went on talking with great excitement. I may be crossing the line by saying this, but he is simply not a human being. Yes, you've just crossed the line. At that moment, Khan looked back at the middle-aged man as he stopped him in mid-sentence. The middle-aged man was taken aback by the unexpected response. Pard, I said, you're way out of the line. Khan approached the middle-aged man, pinching his lips. The middle-aged man froze in perplexity of Khan's cold attitude. Even other players were nervous about this situation. But without caring about their embarrassment, Khan stood right in front on the middle-aged man with his sneer, and he poked the man in the chest with his finger. No matter what he said before, he is one of the people who just saved your asses. And if you haven't noticed, he's also the teammate of me and Doyle, and he's the one who got hurt the most in our raid. Khan no longer spoke in a polite tone. Respect should only be paid to those who deserved it. But look at these ungrateful douchebags. They could get mad for all he cared. But what did you idiots do? One thing for sure is that you were stupid enough to get yourselves stuck in this lair. Now you made it out of the cages alive, and that's all thanks to him. And what did you just say? Be careful around him. Well, why don't you be careful with what you say? Humiliation hit the man hard. His face turned red and his clenched fist started to quiver. However, Khan laughed at his reaction. What's wrong? You want to punch me in the face? Go ahead, hit me. You were too scared to do anything in front of the Lizardman King, but now you're suddenly so brave, 'cause we're players, right? Well, hurry up and punch me. Khan even stuck out his cheek outright. The middle-aged man's eyelids trembled. Then, he turned around to look for someone to help him. The people who had been trapped in the farm and had promised to die together were now looking away from him in fear of getting involved. No one tried to help the man. The middle-aged man finally realized his situation. I'm sorry. What? I can't hear you. Khan creased his brows, putting his ears close to the middle-aged man's mouth. I'm sorry. The middle-aged man's voice was shaking. Sneer. Khan then laughed a little and backed off. You need to apologize someone else too, don't you think? It was obvious whom he was talking about. The middle-aged man bit his lower lip and looked at Yi and Wu. He was still meditating in his seated position, without paying any attention to that side. Khan pointed at Yi and Wu and hurried the man. The middle-aged man slowly approached Yi and Wu with trembling steps. He apologized with his back bent in 90 degrees. I'm sorry, sir. Please forgive me for my slip of tongue. Yi and Wu didn't respond for a long time. As such, the middle-aged man couldn't straighten his back. Yi and Wu opened his eyes with irritation and gave him a little nod. Then he closed his eyes again. It was only then that the middle-aged man could raise his body. The players watching the scene kept their mouth closed. The strong and the weak. Such relationship was already showing here as well. The middle-aged man, Brand, returned to the crowd with his mouth shut. People began to shuffle away, afraid that he would talk to them. Soon, there was no one left around him. Brand bit his lips and searched for a place to sit down. Dirty traitors. Brand gritted his teeth. They used to cling to him when they were locked up by the Lizardmen. Whenever they needed anything, he would risk his life to get it from them. But now that he was in need, they all avoided him. He was feeling dirty and miserable. He resented Khan and Doyle for humiliating him simply because they had saved him. Also, he cursed the one who brought this problem onto him. Hung Nim 1. Just then, a skinny man approached Brand and carefully stood next to him. His name was Ethan. He had been following Brand the most since he had been trapped in the human farm. When he had first met Ethan, he was one of those ordinary players who were brought to the farm with their teammates. One day, Brand found him on the verge of dying, so he stepped up and helped him. Since then Ethan had started to follow him around, saying he'd serve him as a hung nim. Brand also found him very smart and witty, so he decided to keep him company. But today, he was the first to avoid his gaze when he asked for help. What is it? Therefore, no good response came out of Brand's mouth. Noticing Brand's cold attitude, Ethan carefully opened his mouth. I'm terribly sorry, that I wasn't there to support you. I hope you understand. You know about us, about how we survived through here. Brand glared at Ethan, but soon gave out a deep sigh. Ethan and his teammates were just like mayflies. They had been surviving from section to section by following behind the back of other skilled players. So, even if he wanted to blame Ethan, it would just be waste of his breath. He couldn't believe how they had even reached Section E with their trifling skills. But he was too fed up with him, he didn't want to talk to him anymore. I don't know what you're trying to pull off right now, but just leave me alone. Well, I don't mean you any harm, so please hear me out. Brent gave a fierce scowl at Ethan. He was already boiling with anger, and Ethan just had to come to get on his nerves. He felt an impulse to throw a rock at him, but Ethan's sudden remark stopped Brent from taking action. Hung Nim, don't you need tokens or artifacts? Why do you see? We've got a treasure trove over there, just waiting for us to crack it open. So, why don't we go and make a fortune? In the direction where Ethan was pointing at, Brent saw Khan and Doyle walking up to Yi and Wu. One, a more formal way of saying hung. Something like, boss. Chapter 28, Consume. 3, Tokens, Artifacts. For a brief moment, Brent thought that it was very tempting, but he soon came to his senses and shook the idea out of his head. Don't you dare try to trick me. What do you mean, trick? We're doing this to survive. To survive? You want to survive by killing the people who saved our lives. Ethan was so frightened he jumped to his feet. We're not killing anyone. Who said we are? Pick a fight with them and we'll be lying dead on the floor. Then, I'm talking about stealing. Brent then began to show interest in his story. A sly grin crept over Ethan's face. The monsters took all of our stuff and now we've got nothing with us. I mean, if we go out there, we're just gonna die, aren't we? Brent nodded without saying a word. In that sense, Ethan did have a point. All the artifacts and tokens he had collected on his way to Section E had been taken away by the Lizard Man King. He had nothing to protect himself with. For now, Khan and Doyle could help him out of this place, but the tutorial was already reaching the end, so they would leave sooner or later. That meant he would have to wander around the forest like this. He would have to stay hidden and wait out until the end of the tutorial, or he would fall prey to other monsters. There were no other choices other than that. So, let's just steal enough to survive independently and then we'll run away. What if we get caught? They'll kill us. There's the possibility of death whether we steal or not. But if we do it my way, the chances to survive are higher. Before he knew it, Brent had already been halfly persuaded by Ethan. Then, what about the plan? We can't just proceed without a plan. Hee, you didn't think I came here without a plan, did ya? Ethan simpered for a moment and continued talking. One of my friends has a trait called Quick Hands Kue Show. Quick hands, like nimble fingers. Yes, it's amazing what he can pull off with his hands. Brent could roughly understand Ethan's plan. If he had a trait regarding nimble fingers, he must also have specialized skills according to his trait. So, this friend of yours will steal what we need while others draw their attention. Is this the plan? You got the gist of it. So, what do you think? Brent fell into deep thought, calculating the probabilities. He thought about the risks that the plan entailed and the probability of success, and realized that the odds were very low. But from deep inside his mind, greed started to set in. If they did succeed, they could make a killing. And then, the memory of him being humiliated by Khan and Yian Wu suddenly reappeared in his mind. Nash, that alone was enough to motivate him. All right, tell me what you've got. Brent's eyes began to emit a vicious glow. Ethan broke into an evil grin and explained the plans he had designed with his teammates. All throughout his talk, Ethan's eyes were shining with madness. After a long time, Yian Wu woke up from his meditation. A stronger body does help with relieving the after effects. Yian Wu's body was not fully capable of coping with the overload yet, so it was better to avoid using multiple skills at once. But luckily, thanks to reinforced physique and Batory's vampiric sword, his body could quickly recover from the damage it suffered. From the start, if it weren't for Hargan's second phase, he wouldn't have overdone himself. But it was at least a great chance to test my limits. A clear understanding of his limits would allow him to execute cool-headed judgment when taking action. From this experience, Yian Wu clearly realized what reinforced physique was capable of, and was able to further establish the possible strategies he could rely on. After organizing his thoughts, Yian Wu once again entered Hargan's lair along with Khan and Doyle. It was time to claim the reward for completing the hidden quest. Rewards will be provided. You have acquired Hargan's crown, blue scale scimitar, ownership of the lair. Now that Kane is here, shall we settle things first? Khan gently clapped his hands as he smacked his lips. The time to distribute the rewards after having a hard time carrying out the quest was the most exciting part of it. Doyle and I will take Hargan's crown as we promised, okay. Khan glimpsed Yi and Wu as he brought his hands over to Hargan's crown. In fact, Yi and Wu was the highest contributor in Hargan's raid. Even though they were the ones who had shared the information about this place with him, if Yi and Wu wanted to claim the crown as his share, it would pose a big problem for them. But to his relief, Yi and Wu didn't seem interested in Hargan's crown. He was nodding his head in assent. You can have it. Khan's complexion visibly brightened. Thanks, bro, hoo-hoo, I knew you were a good guy from the get-go. Stop joking around, hoo-hoo-hoo, I know you're just shy. Looking at Khan's smirking face, Yi and Wu felt the urge to give him a noogie, but he just let out a chuckle. Khan was the kind of person that was just impossible to hate. He was such a strange guy. Doyle, go ahead and take it. Got it. Doyle grabbed Hargan's crown and tightly held onto it. A bright smile spread across his face. And about the ownership of the lair and the blue scale scimitar, they're all yours, Kane. That was the deal they had made. After a nod, Yi and Wu examined the scimitar they had taken from Hargan's carcass. Blue scale scimitar. Classification: two-handed weapon. Rating: D+. Description: Hargan's Lizardman King favorite weapon. The weapon is imbued with the fire element. It boasts strong durability, destroying everything that comes into contact with. However, due to its heavy weight, the sword will not budge without extreme muscle strength. Majesty of the Lizardman King. By the mere possession of the weapon, the user emits an imperious aura. Has a certain chance of inflicting panic on the target. Targets under the effect of panic will receive damage in direct proportion to the duration of the effect. Maybe because it was used by a big monster like Hargan, the scimitar was almost as big as Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu found even just carrying it around quite cumbersome. If he only looked at its options, the scimitar seemed to be as good as Hargan's crown. It was one of the best artifacts one could get in the tutorial. But Yi and Wu usually used a short dagger as his main weapon. This type of sword did not fit Yi and Wu's style. In addition, the ownership of the lair was also useless for Yi and Wu. Ownership of Hargan's lair. Obtain rights to all objects and resources that exist within the lair. List of items in the lair. 1. Red Orc's helmet. 2. Axe of Battlecry. 3. Hard Crystal X31. Yi and Wu scrutinized the listed items. Although most of the items had been damaged by Hargan's heat wave, there was still a considerable number of items left in the storage room. Among them, there were quite a few good items, but Khan and Doyle had no qualms about handing them over to Yi and Wu. Of course, the list also included items used by those who had been captured in the human farm. From a moral standpoint, the correct thing to do would be to give the items back to the original owners. However, the three of them didn't think of giving them back. There was an unspoken rule in the tower and the tutorial. No matter who the original owner of the item might have been, the items belonged to the ones who found them. But Yi and Wu didn't need these items either. Some of these artifacts might come in handy for now, still, there are plenty of them inside the tower. But at least he found one thing worth taking. Karshina's dagger. Classification: one-handed weapon. Rating: D. Description: a dagger that had been used by a nameless trainee throughout his life. Made with common materials, but the blade hardened as it retains the passion of the trainee. Will of trainee. Weapon damage will increase along with the user's weapon proficiency. Yi and Wu touched Karshina's dagger, and held it in his hand. The weight and size of the dagger were similar to those he had been wielding so far, so it was quite easy to get used to it. If there was anything that was missing, the blade is slightly bent. But it was all right. The daggers I had were getting really damaged, they are barely usable by now. This will suffice for the remaining of the tutorial. He was also fond of the extra option it had. Yi and Wu put Karshina's dagger next to his waist and examined the rest of the list. However, there was nothing useful for Yi and Wu. Even the resources in the lair didn't have much use. I do need plenty of minerals to make artifacts, but if I can't store them somewhere else, they will only make my backpack heavier. The materials gathered from monsters are also more expensive. Yi and Wu had taken the tokens that Hargan had collected in advance. Thanks to that, he had now over 200 tokens in total. In the end, Yi and Wu had to close the message without much gain. Well, I wasn't expecting anyway. But Yi and Wu wasn't particularly disappointed. Disappointment only comes after expectation. In fact, Yi and Wu didn't expect much from the start. His brother mentioned it in his diary after all, that the rewards were quite small compared to the risk and difficulty. The sole reason as for why Yi and Wu had accepted this quest was to collect the karma and tokens he lacked. And then, even if they are scrap items, with this much quantity, I can still sell them at a high price. Doyle then carefully asked Yi and Wu, "Is there anything wrong, Kane?" "There wasn't anything you needed." He seemed worried that Yi and Wu might have to leave without making much profit. Yi and Wu thought that Doyle needed to grow a thicker skin for times like this. Doyle was too soft-hearted. Yi and Wu wondered how did he think he could climb the tower full of monsters with such a heart. But at the same time, he knew that this was Doyle's charm. Yi and Wu smiled and shook his head. "They are mostly useless. But don't worry, it won't be a total loss." As Doyle looked at Yi and Wu with a puzzled look, Yi and Wu fixed his eyes onto an empty space and spoke. "You'll hurt your neck if you keep watching us like that." Doyle turned to the direction Yi and Wu was talking to. Khan also looked to the side with a bit of a serious face. At that moment, well, did I get caught already? I wanted to surprise you." A portal opened in midair and a figure dropped down. A man with his hood drawn over his face was giving him a big smirk. It was the mysterious merchant. Chapter 29, Consume 4. With the arrival of the mysterious merchant, Khan's and Doyle's eyes grew wider. "Hung, do you also know the mysterious merchant?" Doyle looked at Yi and Wu with a surprised face. Yi and Wu lightly nodded. "A little. Hey, how can you be so mean to me? I thought we had something special going on." "Oh ho ho." The mysterious merchant gave a silly smirk as he babbled out some nonsensical jokes. He didn't try hiding his fondness for Yi and Wu at all, which made Doyle even more astonished. In fact, the mysterious merchant was not someone one could easily have access to. He seldom showed himself in the waiting room of each section, or in the boss rooms. There was never a set time or reason for him to appear. Therefore, most people stayed in the waiting room and waited for an indefinite amount of time for the mysterious merchant to show up. But now, he had just popped up out of nowhere. Of course, it wasn't actually impossible to personally strike a deal with the mysterious merchant. "And also, glad to see you again, Khan and Doyle. We haven't met since you purchased the pass tickets, right?" The mysterious merchant then greeted Khan and Doyle. "Oh, yeah," Khan nodded with a sour face. He felt like he was getting a heartburn just by recalling how he had paid with his attribute points to buy the tickets to go to Section B's waiting room. The methods one could use to befriend the mysterious merchant were very simple. One was to rank within the top 10 in the tutorial rankings. That was how Khan had acquainted with the mysterious merchant. And the other was to be acknowledged by him. It seemed like Yi and Wu was one of those acknowledged people. Khan thought it was understandable. Considering what Yi and Wu had shown him so far, there was no way the mysterious merchant or the guardian wouldn't pay attention to him. After the simple greeting, the mysterious merchant quickly turned to Yi and Wu. "By the way, would you mind telling me how you noticed I was here? I was so confident that I was hitting pretty well." Khan and Doyle nodded as well. The mysterious merchant was like the guardian, he belonged to the tower, so normal players couldn't notice their presence. However, Yi and Wu flatly replied, "It would be dumb of me not to notice you when you're staring at me like that." Grunt, "I see, you are not going to tell me." The mysterious merchant let out a groan at Yi and Wu's reply. But under the robes, his eyes were giving off a strange glow. He had known it from the time Yi and Wu purchased the reset tickets for Section A that no one else had bought before. In many ways, Yi and Wu was a very strange person. But the mysterious merchant put on his usual smile, suppressing his feelings from showing. "But next time, please show me some wit and pretend you don't see me. You've just ruined the fun, don't you think?" "Oh ho ho ho." Yi and Wu tilted his head as if questioning his true intentions. "If we hadn't known you were here, weren't you going to wait and pocket our items?" The mysterious merchant grinned. My, you must have read my mind." Yi and Wu shook his head as he looked at the mysterious merchant whose face was still filled with a smirk. If I were asked to name things one should never trust in the tower, the first thing would be the mysterious merchants. Contrary to what rumors say, that they don't come outside very often, they always keep a close watch on players while hiding right next to them to pick up the items that they've missed or threw away. His brother said that the being that players should be wary against the most was the mysterious merchant. They would never get the short end of the stick. Rather, they would be happy to dig around in filth if they could find anything profitable inside. They always kept an eye on players and secretly took things they abandoned and sold them at a high price. If Yi and Wu had left the lair with only the items he needed in his hands, he would have shown up belatedly and taken everything left in the lair. Of course, Yi and Wu wasn't going to give away his items that easily. 150 tokens. Sudden words without any explanation. It was a bargain, the price for the ownership of the lair and the blue scale scimitar. Khan and Doyle then turned towards the mysterious merchant with excited faces. But the mysterious merchant snorted at Yi and Wu's bargain with his arms crossed. Oh dear, now you're trying to bargain with me. But, you know, even the top rankers. 160. Can't get that. 180. Many tokens. 200. As the mysterious merchant went on talking, Yi and Wu kept increasing the number. 250. Do you think you can sell them at that price? Really? 300. You better take my offer quickly. The more you hesitate, the higher the number will be. Then Yi and Wu raised the corners of his mouth. And of course, if you don't accept it, I will blow up the entire lair. Along with all the magic stones inside the lair. Magic stones like those are pretty easy to get, I didn't know you could get magic stones with a purity of over 70 so easily. Then I guess I'll have to blow them all up. For the first time, the mysterious merchant's expression became stiff. Yi and Wu saw through that, and that was exactly what he was aiming for. As such, his smile grew bigger. As long as I'm not a fool, there's no way I can lose if I know exactly what my opponent is after. It was only much later that the question arose in my mind. Why did Hargan's lair quest give us so few rewards? And why did it give ownership of the lair as compensation? The tower is a place where players are rewarded according to their achievements. So there must have been a reason. Later, I figured out that Hargan's lair had a rich mineral reserve of fine magic stones. But when I found out about it, I wasn't too disappointed. Even if I had known beforehand, I wouldn't have been able to do anything with it. A magic stone was a basic medium to store and deliver mana. It was similar to an electrical conductor on Earth. The stones with higher purity were more efficient in transferring mana, so those with a purity of over 70 sold at a very high price. That was the reason why the mysterious merchant had his eyes on Hargan's lair. Of course, if the lair contained magic stones worth that much, I could take them for myself. But the higher the purity is, the more complicated the mining process becomes. His brother had also found it worthless even after learning about the secret of the quest. I'd rather spend more time collecting tokens. So to speak, the reserve of magic stones inside the lair was a white elephant to Yi and Wu. If so, he was better off selling it to the people who needed it. And the mysterious merchant appeared right in front of him just in time. The mysterious merchant finally realized that he had completely fallen in the trap Yi and Wu had set up. And now, there was nothing he could do about it. Still, 300 tokens is too expensive for 400. Oh, okay, stop, I'll pay, so don't raise it anymore. I'm really gonna go broke. The mysterious merchant finally waved the white flag. Yi and Wu gave a victorious smile. Good, I'll sell it for 405 tokens. 5 is for wasting my time. I've never seen anyone worse than me. The mysterious merchant let out a deep sigh, and stretched his hand wide into the air. Then, a bluish magic circle was drawn in the air and the message popped up in front of Yi and Wu. You have sold, blue scale scimitar, and, the ownership of Hargan's lair, and obtained 405 tokens in exchange. Yi and Wu noticed that the scimitar in his hand and the entire lair around him had disappeared. Instead, a new window appeared. 698 tokens. Yi and Wu had less than 100 tokens before this raid, but now it had increased to nearly 700 simply by clearing a quest and selling some items. As Yi and Wu's trade ended in success, Khan and Doyle were shaking their heads without closing their mouths. It was their first time seeing the mysterious merchant being forced into a deal. After completing the deal, the mysterious merchant kept muttering to himself, saying things like, "It was a total loss, there was nothing left, I got scammed," and so on. Oh, and one more thing. When Yi and Wu opened his mouth, the mysterious merchant appeared slightly vigilant of his words. What else are you going to rip off from me? You sound like I'm bullying you. Anyway, I forgot to tell you, I have something I want to buy. This was finally his chance. The mysterious merchant grinned. Ooh, what do you have in mind? Yi and Wu pointed at the mask he was wearing. You see, it's a little melted. I need something similar. For a short moment, the mysterious merchant's face distorted. Well, I do have things like that. Oh, by the way, it will cost you 4 strang. Of course, throw that into our deal. You can't just do that. Then I guess you want to cancel our deal. It doesn't matter to me. Quote. In the mysterious merchant's mind, he had already hit the ceiling and was hurling all kinds of insults at Yi and Wu. But he couldn't miss out such a big deal for such a trivial thing. In the end, the mysterious merchant once again stretched out his hand while grinding his teeth in indignation. You have acquired the face of white ghost. Yi and Wu patted the mask in his hand. It had a similar design to the one he had been using, but slightly different. It wasn't made of plastic, but of a material he had never seen before. I noticed you were having a hard time because of the mask, so I prepared something good, specially for you. And next time we meet, if you keep bullying me like today, I'm not going to stick with your play, okay? Yi and Wu checked the artifact with a strange look. Face of white ghost. Classification. Headgear. Rating. E+. Description. A mask with various spirits ensnared inside. The mere use of it gives off a bizarre atmosphere, and allows the user to hide some of their presence. Once worn, it doesn't come off easily. If damaged, it can restore itself by capturing another spirits. It was a mask without any special options. However, Yi and Wu liked the line describing that it wouldn't fall off from his face easily and that it would recover itself from damage. Yi and Wu turned to the side so that the others could not see his face, and removed the mask he had been wearing. He was somewhat amazed at how the mask wasn't completely ruined yet considering what he had been through. But now, he had to bid farewell to his old mask. Yi and Wu easily crushed the old mask and threw it to the floor, and wore face of white ghost. The material felt odd on his skin. He patted on the mask to test if it fit its description. Thankfully, the mask was stuck on his face like a leech. I appreciate your kindness. Like hell you do. Sigh. The mysterious merchant packed up the bundle he had brought with him and put it back on his shoulder. However, despite his sigh, he couldn't erase the smile lingering on his face. The mysterious merchant opened a portal and got ready to leave. While he was sticking his foot inside, he thought of something and looked back at Yi and Wu. Oh, by the way. What is it? When you were bargaining for the magic stones, you seemed almost too brave as if you knew something. So tell me, was that because you knew what's going on the other side? Under the robes, the eyes of the mysterious merchant shone keenly. However, Yi and Wu replied in a calm manner. On the other side? What do you mean? Well, it's nothing. I must have been mistaken. The mysterious merchant shook his head and disappeared over the portal. Even while the blue portal was closing, Yi and Wu still kept calm. His new mask made it even harder to tell the expression he had just by looks, even more so his thoughts. Now it's clear. The arms race between clans and between rankers in the tower has become very fierce. Yi and Wu's eyes let out a cold glow. Chapter 30. Consume 5. High-purity magic stones are the base material for crafting higher-grade artifacts. There's a limited number of buyers, so their price is usually constant. However, despite naming an exorbitant price, the mysterious merchant still purchased the stones. This meant that there must have been a sudden increase in demand for magic stones. The number of rankers couldn't have changed, so it could only lead to one conclusion. The only reason to mass-produce higher-grade artifacts. It must be a war. During the time when his brother was in the tower, Arthea had been targeted by numerous clans and rankers due to their rapid growth. Then their enemies formed an alliance, leading Arthea to its downfall. Now, it had been quite a long time since Arthea had disappeared. Their alliance had petered out, which resulted in confrontations between themselves. No major antagonism must have taken place yet. If it had, it would have affected the tutorial to some extent. But at least, it was clear that some preparations were happening behind the scenes. This arms race was proof of it. That's right, they may have made a temporary alliance in order to face a common enemy, but peace will never be everlasting in a world full of wolves. Yi and Wu laughed happily at the fact that his prediction was coming true. The more they bite each other, the more vulnerable they'll become. But, it's not the time yet. Yi and Wu wasn't even in the tower yet. It would take him a long time to finally bite into their necks. So his plans were still a long way off. Khan and Doyle were astonished at Yi and Wu's ability to haggle, and at the same time they were so glad that all the troubles were finally over. With Hargan's crown in their hands, their efforts seemed to have paid off. They had even gone all the way back to Section B's waiting room just for this. And now, it was time to move on to the next stage. Khan and Doyle secretly exchanged glances with each other. They were already close enough to understand each other's feelings without having to talk. The mere glance was enough to exchange their thoughts. Khan came forward and asked Yi and Wu, "What are you going to do now?" Do what? Yi and Wu turned to look at Khan while fastening his dagger to his belt. I'm talking about your schedule. What's your plan? You must have collected tons of tokens by now. Are you gonna go straight to Section F? Yi and Wu did not immediately answer Khan's questions, instead, he briefly checked the tutorial rankings. Tutorial ranking: 1. Adora 63,101 points. 2. Fant 57,612 points. 3. Khan 55,212 points. 52. Unknown 32,594 points. U. That was roughly a 10,000 points increase. His rank suddenly jumped from 150th to 52nd. The tokens he earned from the trade must have contributed to this increase. The speed was insanely fast. But still, the gap between me and the first rank, that's even crazier. The karma points in Fante's score remained almost unchanged. Thanks to the 5,000 points Khan earned through Hargan's lair quest, Khan was now only a small distance behind of him. However, Adora was different. It wasn't sure if he had places to farm points or if he was so determined to secure his spot, but he had also accumulated more than 6,000 points in this short period of time. However, Yi and Wu didn't think it was impossible to pull ahead of him. I still have my ace in the hole. The guy that dwelled in Section E. The best hidden piece concealed in the tutorial. It was the target Yi and Wu had been aiming for from the very beginning. The time is now. The vessel was complete, and he had everything he needed. Yi and Wu was going to part ways with his party and head over there. Moreover, he had seen the pain his brother had gone through. Yi and Wu had a great distrust towards the concept of teams and clans. So he shook his head in denial. No, I'm not going directly to Section F. The Khan's complexion visibly brightened. Then, do you want to? But I have a business to attend to. Khan had to stop mid-sentence. A business to attend to? Yes. As Khan was lost for words, Doyle intervened in the conversation. There's something we've been wanting to ask you. Will you come with us? Come with you? Yes. Until the tutorial is over. No, even after we enter the tower. Looking at Yi and Wu, Doyle's eyes were glistening. In fact, Khan and I have talked about this a lot. You and us, we really clicked together. And we achieved more than we had expected, right? Maybe if the three of us team up. Doyle poured out a flurry of words in excitement. However, no, I can't. Yi and Wu's response was emphatic. Doyle asked discreetly, can I ask you why? As I said, I have something I need to do. If that's the case, you can still join us later after you take care of it. Yi and Wu calmly shook his head. In the first place, I'm not really interested in being in a team. I don't like being tied up. Is that so? Okay. Doyle's shoulders dropped. He was so sad he almost looked like a puppy under the rain. Then Khan came next to Doyle and patted him on the shoulder. We can't help it. People have different personalities. It's not like we can force him to stay with us. And things like this are gonna happen more often once we get in the tower. Anyway, you're still staying with us until we get out of here, right? Yi and Wu nodded. Khan gave a big laugh and turned towards the exit. Then let's go back out. People are waiting outside. The northern swamp was very wide. It could take quite a lot of time to get out. There were also a lot of lizard men wandering around, so Yi and Wu decided to accompany them only until he got out of the swamp. The other players were dangling after the three of them. If they were separated from the party here, they were dead men. However, they kept a certain distance from the three. They all had witnessed the scene of Khan oppressing Brand. Eventually, the players created a strange sight where they were too terrified to come close to Khan and Doyle but had no choice but to follow them. Khan and Doyle were also uncomfortable with their ambiguous attitude. What are you going to do now with those people? Yi and Wu asked, taking a quick peek at the players behind. Khan and Doyle also looked perplexed. Khan sighed lightly. Well, we can't do anything about them for now. We'll have to escort them out of this swamp. As a matter of fact, Khan and Doyle also had a place to go, just like Yi and Wu. Since they got the Hargan's crown they wanted, they didn't have any reason to hang around here any longer. The tutorial's remaining time was passing quickly. It's not your duty to keep them safe. Hey, I have a human heart, you know. How can I leave them here? Khan scowled at Yi and Wu, but Yi and Wu looked calm. A human heart. In the tutorial, there was something he had always felt was weird about them. On one hand they could be stern, but on the other hand they were too soft. They were too nice to other people. Sometimes that attitude could be poisonous. Not to mention, they were currently in a place where there were a lot of hyenas just looking for a chance to bite off their necks. Yi and Wu had a lot of advice he wanted to give them, but he decided not to because it was obvious that they wouldn't listen to his advice. Also, he was going to have to leave them soon. It wasn't long before Yi and Wu's concerns turned out to be real. Can you, give me some food? It wasn't much of a deal at first. All they did was to come hesitantly and beg for food. These people had been held captive and couldn't eat properly. Doyle apologized for not sharing the food in advance and he handed out some of the food he had. The player hugged the jerky he received tightly in his arms and returned to his seat. When the eyes of the other players gathered up on him, the player made eye contact with Ethan. The player then nodded silently. It was a cue to let him know his plan seemed feasible. Is that so? Ethan rolled up the corners of his mouth. In fact, it was Ethan's order that sent him to beg for food. I had a feeling when they tried to take care of this many people, but they are actually a couple of pushovers. In fact, the plan Ethan had presented to Brand was very simple. My teammates and I will make a scene in order to slow them down. And then, you will come forward and ask them for a break. Do you remember the place where 3 rocks are placed outside the swamp? Lead them that way. What's about next? The 3 of them must be exhausted from raiding Lizardman King, so I bet they aren't gonna say no. Then while we're on a break, he's going to make his move. And then you know what happens after that, right? Their plan was to lure Yi and Wu's party to a designated location under the excuse of taking a break, and to catch Khan and Doyle off guard to steal their items. Judging by what I've observed, it's a perfectly feasible plan. Ethan's trait was capture. His trait allowed him to infer other players' personalities and tendencies after observing their habits. Thanks to this trait, Ethan had been able to come up to Section E by only relying on his wits and words, even though he didn't have any special talent. And he had examined Khan very closely when he was humiliating Brand. After that, he had figured out something from it. What Khan valued the most was neither money nor honor, but loyalty. Each person has a different set values and different standards. And when people's values collide, they tend to believe that the values they pursue are the absolute justice. In Ethan's view, the loyalty Khan and Doyle valued could be easily exploited. People like them often got caught up in their loyalty and ended up digging their own grave. They could have ignored the players or leave them after saving them. However, they were protecting them merely out of the sense of responsibility. That was the evidence. He even disliked talking behind his teammates' back. In other words, if I don't cross the line, I can exploit them as much as I want. So Ethan sent his man to probe that line, and now he was getting the gist of it. No touching your loyalty or your pride, is it? Well, that's easy, hoo-hoo. But there was something that had been nagging on his mind. If there's anything fishy about it, it's him. Ethan took a quick glance at the masked man who silently followed Khan and Doyle. It was Yi and Wu. That guy the first can't tell anything no matter how hard I try. He was the one who was said to have made the most contribution in killing the Lizardman King. Even with that much skill, it was strange his name remained anonymous within the tutorial. Normally, there could be only one case. A person who doesn't reveal himself, has strict self-discipline, and knows how to calmly judge the situation. Ethan's trait did not show anything from him. Moreover, whenever he watched Yi and Wu with his minions to find out about him, whether it was a coincidence or not, Yi and Wu also turned his head his way and caught his eyes. Beneath the white mask, 2 eyes were coldly shining. He felt naked before the 2 floating will-o-wisp-like eyes that seemed to be able to see right through him. They gave him chills all over his body. But that didn't stop Ethan's plan. No matter how suspicious he was, there was no way he could have noticed them plotting something. Brand, that idiot's gonna take the bullet and set the table for us. Ethan scoffed at how dumb Brand could be. In fact, the plan he had told Brand wasn't the end of it, it was only the first step. The real deal would happen right after that. Drawing their attention while his friend stole a little bit of their artifacts and tokens. It was all a lie. Stealing isn't enough. They are Khan and Doyle we're dealing with. The 3rd and the 11th ranks. And the other guy is the one who destroyed the Lizardman King. If I can take them all down, taking the first place won't be just a dream. Ethan licked his lips, his eyes giving off a cruel look. The most important part of the plan was the finesse and timing. And the masked man would never get out of this trap either. Ethan then gave a signal to his minions. Some players suddenly began to throw tantrums. Khan, my friend is not feeling well right now. Can we slow down a little? I'm getting really tired. I'm sorry, but I need to use a bathroom. Later on, some people even started to lay down on the floor and refused to move. I'm not going to move anymore. I'm not. I don't have anything right now. If I go out there, I'll just be monsters, food. Then, I'd rather sit here all day. Khan and Doyle were slightly annoyed. They had a long way to go, but these players were dragging their feet down. No, it wasn't just dragging them. It was almost as if they were intentionally blocking their way. They were now more like shackles instead of burdens. Doyle looked at Khan asking what should they do. Khan frowned and sighed briefly. It wasn't like he couldn't understand them feeling hopeless towards their future, but he couldn't just indulge all of them. He even thought that it might be better to give away some of his tokens and leave them here. It was at this moment. Now, Ethan immediately signaled Brend. Brend was the player who had taken the role of representing the others. If such a person stepped up and mediated, they might listen to him. Brend nodded and slowly approached Khan. Well, I think the long captivity had them mentally tired. I realize you are busy, but I'd really appreciate if we can take a break around here. Khan stopped walking and started to contemplate. Then, he looked back at Doyle and Yi and Wu and asked for their opinions. Ethan, watching from behind, gave a wicked grin. Come on now, I've got lots of friends waiting for you to show up. It wasn't just a couple of players waiting in the vacant lot. Several troops with dozens of players in it. The scavengers were waiting inside. As soon as they enter the designated place, the traps would activate and Khan and the rest of the party would fall into their hands. The moment when he licked his lips with a surge of greed. Ethan noticed there was someone staring at him, so he turned towards the direction he felt the gaze coming from. And there, he found a couple of eyes curved upward underneath the white mask. Is he smiling? The moment when the thought came to his mind. We're bust. Ethan instinctively stepped backward. He didn't know how Yi and Wu had noticed him, but for now, he had to run away. However, swish, he saw something flashing right in front of him and puck, as he felt a stinging pain right in the middle of his forehead, the whole world turned red. Chapter 31. Consume. 6. Ethan fell backwards as blood sprinkled out from his head. It happened in less than no time. What's going on? The players panicked over the sudden situation. Khan and Doyle, who had been talking to Brend, also hurriedly turned their eyes towards the scene. But regardless of the disturbance, Yi and Wu fixed his grasp on Karshina's dagger and dashed forward. His targets were the players Ethan kept close to himself. How the hell did he? They were surprised at the fact that their cover was blown, but at the same time, they dispersed in all directions in order to make their escape. How naive. Yi and Wu laughed at how the players were all running away after just a light push. In fact, Yi and Wu had noticed their plan not long after they started to execute it. He always kept his senses strengthened in a passive state. Thanks to this, he was able to detect even the slightest changes in his surroundings. Like this, if there was anything suspicious, his instincts would warn him immediately. And that was what happened this time. His senses had been capturing every movement of the players who were following Yi and Wu's party. Even their words and their actions. And then his senses had caught Ethan. The look he had when he examined the three of them. The attitude he showed when he gave orders to some of the players. And the way he talked to Brend while avoiding other players' eyes. In his own conceit, he thought he was acting in secret. But foolishly enough, his actions were only raising Yi and Wu's suspicion. Since then, Yi and Wu had expanded his senses, just to be on the safe side. Then, he realized that an unidentified group of players was preparing for an ambush in a vacant lot not far away. That could only mean one thing. Scavengers. It meant that the players who they had thought to be Hargan's victims were actually more wicked than the lizardmen. So Yi and Wu eliminated Ethan as soon as he showed signs of taking action. I have to strike them first before they can make their move. Judging by the number of players hiding, there were more than the three of them could handle. It seemed like they have gathered all the scavengers around this region. He didn't know how Ethan gave signals to the other hiding scavengers, but he needed to kill them before they could prepare. In any case, despite their efforts to run away, they still hadn't escaped Yi and Wu's sensory area. In his running gait, Yi and Wu drew several daggers. Swish, and then he threw them in a fan shape. Puck. The fleeing scavengers fell flat on their faces with a dagger stuck in their heads or their backs. Only two of them, who were more skilled than the others, managed to deflect his daggers and run away. When Yi and Wu was about to chase after the scavengers, he missed. Dude, what the hell are you doing? Khan stood in his way with a startled look. In his eyes, it seemed like Yi and Wu was slaughtering innocent players all of a sudden. Yi and Wu replied with a callous voice. Stop acting like a fool and take a look around you. What are you talking about? If you still don't understand what's happening, then just shut your mouth and stay out of my way. With those words said, Yi and Wu quickly brushed past Khan's side. Swish! Khan tried to shout at him one more time but soon realized something was wrong and took a quick look around. Doyle, who was already aware of the situation, was concentrating his mana onto his hand. I wasn't expecting anything like this. Damn it. Khan creased his brows and drew a sword from his waist. Before he knew it, they had been surrounded by a group of players. Each of them took out a sword or an axe from who knows where, emitting a murderous atmosphere. Brent was the only one who couldn't figure out the whole situation. He stammered over his words. Wah, what's going on? Where did you get those weep kook? A player beside him, as if he didn't want to bother telling him, frowned at his question and chopped Brent's face off with his hatchet. You fell for our trap like an idiot, that's what's going on. This is why you were trapped in the human farm. Many, normal, players had already fallen dead after being attacked by the players who they had considered to be allies. Just like Brent, they were players who had not understood the quick turn of events. The remaining players, or scavengers, talked among themselves. It was almost done, though. How the hell did we get caught? How do you think we got caught? Obviously, it was Ethan, that stupid bastard got caught. That idiot, quit whining and get ready. These guys, they're dangerous. We'll have to hold out until they bring backup. Well, good thing one of them went after them. Hopefully, they will take care of that guy. These players were the ones who had killed Hargan on his second phase. Facing such strong players, the scavengers had to enter the battle with complete concentration. But they didn't seem to think they were going to lose. Yi and Wu and others should already be tired from the big battle, and they would be far outnumbering Yi and Wu's party after their reinforcement joined them. They even had some top rankers on their side. Who the hell are these guys? Khan gave an annoyed frown while he gathered up his mana. They must be the original owners of the human farm. Yi and Wu was able to extrapolate their identity as he closely followed them. Not all scavengers were mere looters, some of them joined hands with monsters. As a bait, these scavengers pretend to be hurt and ask nearby players for help to lure them into the trap. When they succeed, they give the human meat to the monsters, and they take the artifacts and tokens for themselves. When we found out that the owners of a human farm providing human flesh to monsters were, in fact, human beings just like us, our team was furious at their vicious acts. And we swore to ourselves that we'd wipe those villains out of the tutorials and the tower. He said that the scavengers who provided human meat to monsters were known as the worst kind of scavengers that existed in the tutorial. But rooting these criminals out of the tutorial was a formidable task because their organization not only was huge, but it also had the king of monsters watching their back. If they intended to hide, they could conceal themselves anywhere in Section E. So whenever they had pursuers, they called out monsters to fight off the players and they themselves ran away to hide. Nevertheless, his brother and Arthea was relentless in their pursuit. In the end, they were able to wipe out all the scavengers and completely destroy the organization to prevent their resurgence. He had been able to rank second place thanks to the achievement he made at that time. It had been an audacious decision and a remarkable deed. Even after that, he checked the tutorial every once in a while to make sure crimes like the human farm could never recur. Supposedly, they were gone for good, because his brother said they never reappeared ever again. That was why Yi and Wu only kept it as a piece of information without worrying about it. But you're back again. He didn't know whether they were copycats, or they were the remaining players who had remained hidden until Arthea was gone. But there were two things he could tell for sure. One was the fact that the same crime was happening right now, and the other was that they tried to corner him into their trap. The players who were originally trapped in the farm have probably already been killed. Yi and Wu shone coldly in his eyes. Although he had once made a cold-hearted decision back when he had found the human farm, he was still a human just like anyone else. The idea of selling his own kind to monsters was just utterly incomprehensible. They even tried to make the most of it by leaving their ally, Hargan, to die. They're not someone I can take lightly. Before they can notice the situation here, I'll have to counter-ambush them and get rid of them as soon as possible. And as expected, these scavengers were doing their job in leading him to their reinforcement. He hadn't caught the fleeing scavengers on purpose in order to pinpoint the place where the rest were hiding. And the moment he sensed their position, swish. Kook. No. Yi and Wu threw daggers at the now useless players before plunging into the grassy field. They should be showing up any time now. Why aren't they calm? Kook. Inside one of the bushes, a scavenger was muttering to himself while crouching down. But soon, he was stopped by a sudden searing pain in the back of his neck. He tried to raise his head up, but before he could even scream, his head had already been separated from his neck and dropped rolling on the floor. A puddle of blood formed on the ground. Plop. After a simple splash from stepping on the puddle, not a single noise was made as Yi and Wu moved on to the next point. It was like a feline trying to hunt down its prey. Secretly, but swiftly, pat, a pair of will-o-wisp were darting across the woods. It took a long time before the scavengers waiting for Ethan realized something was wrong. Fuck, what's taking him so long? No kidding, did he get caught or something? He's brought small fries before, but he's never got caught, has he? That's true, but shit, I'm just fucking bored. When the scavengers were on their mission, they usually wore a piece of cloth to cover up their faces, and called themselves with numbers such as eins, sway, dry, etc. It was a measure to prevent giving out their identities when confronting enemies. A long time ago, when the whole criminal syndicate was on the brink of annihilation, the remaining players adopted this method to conceal themselves from Arthea, or that was what they heard from senior players. And even after Arthea's disappearance, it stuck around and became sort of a custom, still being practiced until now. Unlike how their seniors used to keep their identities secret even between themselves, the scavengers at the current time knew each other. But by covering up their faces and names, they could somewhat erase the guilt of doing bad things. Strangely, however, they weren't getting any notice from Dryzig, or Ethan, who was supposed to be here with their prey by now. They were still waiting for their prey to appear. Hoo-hoo, the real blood sword and foxy tail. If we can actually hunt them down, wouldn't they be the biggest catch we've ever had? Except for Fant and Adora, those crazy siblings, they're actually the best team in the tutorial right now. It's going to be really fun destroying such strong players. Not to mention the stuff they're carrying. The sword that Blood Sword is carrying, Dragon Slayer 2 Long Jian, was it. That's mine. The hell, I called dibs way before, you dumbass. Whatever you say, but finders keepers, you two, knock it off. The boss will take care of the distribution, so stop squabbling. Let's just talk about something useful, like how to spend the rewards from the Lizardman King. After some cackling and chattering, they lifted their heads. Damn, he's taking really long. I think something's happened there. Siebzen, try contacting Ethan. Sway grumbled and gave orders to Siebzen, who was hiding in the bushes some distance away from him. The communication artifact commonly given to all scavengers was emitting light, waiting for a response. But no answer came back. Siebzen, where the hell did he go? Sway knitted his brows and turned his head sideways. Noon, is Siebzen there? You go ahead and contact him. Noon, who had just been arguing over Dragon Slayer with Sway, gave no response either. Sway suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. His teammates had been going missing without him knowing. Which could only mean, we are being attacked. Sway sprang up to his feet. Sway placed 15th in tutorial rankings. And he prided himself in his skills, saying they were comparable to those in the top 10. But a player such as himself hadn't been able to notice the enemy's presence until all of his teammates had already died. The stealthiness the enemy possessed was beyond his imagination. Just then, Russell, where the fuck are you? Sway quickly turned towards the direction from where he heard a sound coming from. There, however, he only found bushes swaying with the wind. No player to be found. You son of a bitch. Once more, he turned to his back as soon as he heard another sound. And again, there was no one. Sway frowned irritatedly. I see you don't have guts to fight me head on. If you're trying to break my fighting spirit by doing this, it won't work. He was talking to himself with his teeth gritted. It was more of a self-hypnosis than a threat. The more sounds he heard, and the stronger the wind became, the more intense the chills that ran through his spine grew. Fear was rising from under his feet and it was slowly squeezing his heart. His mind was filled with a single desire, that was to quickly kill him and to get out of there. Russell, he spotted a presence coming from his blind spot. Sway quickly threw the sword he was holding. Puck. I got him. He clearly heard his sword hitting something. Sway immediately threw himself in that direction. But instead of his enemy, he only found one of his teammates, Veer, panting for air with a sword stuck in his heart. Veer's face was so pale and filled with one clear emotion. It was fear. Run go street. And Veer dropped his head, leaving only those words behind. Sway felt that the fear that had only been squeezing his heart had already climbed up to his throat. At that moment, a white mask dropped down in front of Sway. Along with terror, despair, and then, death. Schluck. Khan and Doyle were still having a tense confrontation. What the hell is Orangutan doing? Khan felt a surge of anger. Orangutan professed themselves as a vigilante group. But they didn't know that crimes like this were prevalent in Section E. On a second thought, he wondered about Yi and Wu. He was currently on his way to catch the fleeing scavengers. He couldn't have shown such fast judgment unless he knew about them beforehand. But how on earth did he know these facts that even Orangutan didn't know? His question, however, did not last long. The scavenger who identified himself as Eins was making his move, and the other players were also slowly narrowing the distance between them. The moment he tried to clear a path with Doyle. Whistle. What? Enemy. Alley. Suddenly a presence was heard from the sky. All the players, including Khan, Doyle, and Eins, stopped moving and raised their heads. F.A. thud. A bunch of unknown objects fell from the sky. Then one of them came rolling towards Eins' toe. What the hell is this? As Eins narrowed his eyes to confirm what it was, he soon stood frozen to the spot with his mouth agape. The object that had rolled next to his feet. It was the head of Sway, his face filled with fear. Chapter 32. Consume. 7. Sway. The numbers in their names represented their rank within the organization. The fact that the second strongest Sway had been killed like this. Veer. Noon. What the hell happened? Stay away, idiots. You're gonna get yourselves key. Some of the scavengers were deeply shocked by the sight of their teammates' decapitated heads. Eins tried to warn the other scavengers, but it was already too late. Swish. A blade suddenly dropped down from the sky next to Eins. And there, he found Zen with his hands grabbing tightly onto his throat. Gurgle. But soon, he collapsed on the floor frothing at his mouth. And on that spot where Zen had been standing, now stood Yi and Wu with a cold smile underneath his white mask. Splash. Kook. Damn it. Yi and Wu then swung his arm and scattered several daggers in a fan shape towards the other scavengers. The daggers plucked into the scavengers' necks. They firmly clutched their wounds in an effort to stop the bleeding, but soon they ended up collapsing as their blood sprayed all over the floor. The remaining scavengers finally came to their senses and stepped forward to kill Yi and Wu. However, Khan and Doyle, who had been looking for an opportunity, sprang forward. In a situation where their formation had been broken, and with the two people's offensive being added into the mix, the scavengers were literally being swept away. Stop those three. Do whatever you can to stop them. In his fright, Eins yelled at the top of his lungs. But from the moment their siege had turned into a melee, they had little chances of winning the battle. Yi and Wu was dashing from scavenger to scavenger just like a wolf killing a flock of sheep. Swords were swung from every direction, but none of them could deceive Yi and Wu's senses. Yi and Wu skillfully dodged the attacks as if he had eyes everywhere. He held his dagger backward while stabbing at his opponent's muscles and arteries, and threw several daggers that penetrated their necks. Khan and Doyle were just as fierce as Yi and Wu. Doyle quickly slid to a side as he summoned a series of flame bugs. Then, he made them explode in the middle of a group of scavengers, wreaking chaos in the battlefield. Khan, on the other hand, was fighting amid the enemy lines. Streams of blood splashed up whenever he wielded his sword, as if to show why he was called Blood Sword. The scene they created felt like a city being engulfed by a tidal wave. Now, the scavengers' position was reversed. From the predators, into the preys. You sons of bitches. Eins struggled as hard as he could in order to turn the situation around. But before he knew it, Khan was already right in front of his face. He hurriedly swung his sword from the shock. Without missing the chance, Khan wielded his sword aiming for Eins' neck. Schluck, and his head fell on the floor. The scavengers collapsed as quickly as the initial shot they had created with their appearance. Their awaited backup showed up dead, and their leader, Eins, also died a sudden death. Their morale hit rock bottom. Eventually, the scavengers abandoned their weapons one by one and began to surrender, knowing that they had no chance of winning. I surrender. Please, don't kill me. We were just forced to do what Eins told us to do. Believe me. Why, yeah, he's right. We had no choice but to take part in order to survive. But I've never killed any player, so please, spare me. They wanted to bet on Khan's and Doyle's compassion. They had seen, How Khan and Doyle had tried to take responsibility for the slaves even though they weren't acquainted with them. Based on this, they thought that Khan and Doyle might spare their lives if they put down their weapon and surrendered. However, what's the difference between you and Hargan? Khan looked at the kneeling players and inquired coldly. What? I'm asking what makes you different from Hargan who consumed his own kind, shitheads. What kook? Khan relentlessly stuck his sword into their throats. The scavengers then realized who they had messed with. They had thought he was still green, but the player they were dealing with was the blood sword. A swordsman who was born as the son of a ranker in the tower but had made his own name without riding on his father's coattail. They should have known that such a person would not be swayed by mere compassion. Hargan at least cried when he saw his wife and his babies dead. But what about you? You must have been laughing all the while you sold other players to the monsters. And you even murdered the rest of the trapped players. In the end, seeing that it was dangerous to stay any longer, the scavengers began to run away one by one. There was a great risk of falling prey to the lizardmen by escaping unarmed into the swamp area. But they couldn't afford to think that far ahead. However, escaping wasn't going to be so easy. Just like when Yi and Wu eliminated their reinforcement, he was now hunting them from the shadows. Eventually and for a long time, horrible screams echoed around the forest. By the time the heavy smell of blood drifted with the wind, all the scavengers had already disappeared. Yi and Wu returned after getting rid of the last remaining scavenger, and there, he saw Khan and Doyle sitting down deep in sorrow. They had thought they had rescued the people who had been trapped by the Lizardman King. But the slaves were, in fact, all dead, and the only ones left were the scavengers trying to kill them. It must have been a tremendous shock. Yi and Wu didn't say a word. Unlike himself, who had experienced this kind of things many times in Africa, this must have been the first time for them. There will be apprehension towards humans, and there will be anger towards those who did this. In times like this, with all these kinds of emotions stirring their minds, no consolation would help them. The only thing he could do was to wait for them to organize their thoughts and stand on their own 2 feet. After that, people usually fall into one of 2 cases. Either they go crazy or they let it go. In the meantime, Yi and Wu wiped the blood off of Karshina's dagger with a cloth and stuck it next to his waist. Khan then looked at Yi and Wu with an indifferent stare. How come you're so calm after this? I got used to it. I have no idea what kind of life you might have lived. What about other people in your world, are they just like you? Yi and Wu shrugged his shoulders. If they were, the whole world would have gone mad. Khan, as if he was exhausted, lightly rubbed his eyes with his index finger and thumb. Then, he swept his face with his hands and looked at Yi and Wu with a serious look. Can I be honest? Yi and Wu nodded calmly. He had a rough idea about what he was going to say. These crazy bastards who had been pretending to be victims got us shocked, but truth be told, both of us are a little scared of you too. I don't understand how you can remain cool in a situation like this. I can't help but think that you were suspicious of them from the beginning. Khan's expression was sunken. You've never trusted anyone from the start, have you? And that includes us too. Khan only kept the latter words in his mind, but Yi and Wu knew where Khan was going with his words. I guess it's time to leave. Yi and Wu thought now was the time to part with them. Yi and Wu never trusted anyone from this world. Khan and Doyle wanted to establish their team's relationship based on trust. Their relationship was bound to break apart. Especially Khan and Doyle, who wanted to open up their minds to Yi and Wu, would be hurt to find out that Yi and Wu only considered them as mere business partners. Yi and Wu felt a little bitter aftertaste. Even being how he is, he didn't consider them as complete strangers. The cheerful Khan and the warm-hearted Doyle. They both had such a big charm to them. However, they had their own perspective, and Yi and Wu had his own. If things didn't match, they had to break up. Then I'll be on my way. And with a short farewell, Yi and Wu left on his own. Doyle stepped forward as if he wanted to say something, but Khan reached out and blocked him. And just like that, they parted ways. What have you done? With a sad look, Doyle watched as Yi and Wu disappeared, then looked back at Khan and shouted. Doyle usually didn't show much emotion, but right now, he was showing genuine anger. Behind Yi and Wu's back, Doyle had seen something indescribable. However, sit down, tell me, why did you do that? Even if we had to part, you know how much Kane. I told you, sit down, Khan said in a low, serious voice. Doyle then came to his senses. He noticed something strange about Khan's voice. His deep-set eyes were looking serious. It's for the best. Did you not see this? Khan pointed to one of the swords dropped by a dead scavenger. It was just a normal sword one could easily purchase from a mysterious merchant with 2 strength points. When Doyle was about to ask what was he talking about, he then found out a thread hanging from the tip of the sword. White and green threads were tied in a unique pattern. Doyle's voice trembled slightly. Wait, is that? Yes, it's Orangdan's mark. Quote! Doyle's face was getting stiff. Actually, I thought it was a little strange. Why would Orangdan or Cheonwado go out of their way and try to keep the tutorial in order? They made excuses saying it was to procure an influx of new players, but people like us know that's a load of crap. The ones behind Arlandan's back, Cheonwado, was one of the 10 biggest clans within the tower. Their clan valued chivalry and worshipped swordsmanship and gallantry. Naturally, they always had plenty of applicants without having to put any effort into attracting newbies, and they could admit whoever they needed. When Cheonwado had announced the establishment of Orangdan in order to watch over the tutorial, other clans and rankers had doubted their intentions. But without any solid proof, they could do nothing but let them be. What if it was, in fact, a cover to secretly take over the scavengers? The tutorial runs via a series of complex systems that differ from those present in the tower. I don't know exactly what they're after, but if they are trying to take advantage of the system. Khan had to pause as he clenched his teeth. He was holding back the burning anger welling up inside him. Then, their story finally adds up. Right, Doyle nodded his head in silence. Come to think of it, the foundation of Orangdan came suddenly right after Arthea had wiped out all of the scavengers in the tutorial. They probably needed a more solid management system. Doyle gritted his teeth. He finally understood why Khan had to send Yi and Wu away with a ridiculous excuse. He didn't want to drag Yi and Wu into the risk that was about to follow, as he seemed to have important businesses to attend to. Khan must not have wanted to disturb him. Then are you? Khan nodded gravely. Yes, I'm gonna have to go see that idiot build before I can carry on. You should go ahead and head to where Vigritter is. Vigritter. It was the other hidden piece that required Khan and Doyle to obtain Hargan's crown beforehand. It was the ultimate goal they hoped to achieve in the tutorial. It was also the only way Khan and Doyle could catch up with the Adora and Fant siblings who had been stacking up karma points with incredible speed. Don't be silly, Doyle had a big smile on his face. You're not the only one who wants to see those bastards' faces. I'm dying to know what he's going to say about this. He had also decided to abandon their chance. Khan shook his head as if knowing that would be his answer. You know, I think you're the dumbest one there is. I mean, you pretend to be smart and all, but in the end, you end up making the dumbest decision. Look at who's talking. Just as always, Khan and Doyle giggled as they joked with each other. And now, they set their feet towards the opposite direction of Yi and Wu's. The direction that led towards the western territory where Orangdan was known to be stationed. Yi and Wu stopped for a moment and shifted his gaze towards the west. Idiots. Yi and Wu had a vague notion as to where the two were heading to. And their thoughts behind such a sudden farewell. But he had to go east. There was something he had to do. If it wasn't now, there would never be a second chance. However, if they had asked him to come with them before he left, if they had asked him for help, could he still have refused them? Without having a proper answer, Yi and Wu continued to move eastward. To the place where the hidden piece, Akasha's snake, was. Volume 2, Chapter 8. Chapter 33, Akasha's Snake 1. Build's brows trembled. Team 2 was annihilated. I'm afraid so. Team 2 was in charge of supporting Orangdan from behind the scenes by supplying them with materials. It must be them again. The subordinate lowered his head without replying, but that was enough for an answer. Build continued with a seemingly irritated voice. You said they were enough for this task, so I gave you the chance, but you failed me. It's as if we just let them take Hargan's crown for free. The subordinate kept his head low while bowing. He knew that making excuses in this situation would just make his problems worse. It was only 2 days ago when Build had ordered Team 2, the scavenger troop, to get rid of Yi and Wu's team. Orangdan had brought a piece of information saying that the 3 of them had immediately headed towards Hargan's lair as soon as they entered Section E. For that reason, he had set up a trap. However, contrary to expectations, they managed to exterminate every last one of the scavengers that participated on the mission, including both the baits and the backups. Not only that, but they had also taken Hargan's crown, which Build was saving for the end of the tutorial. It was quite gut-wrenching for Build. You fools. Do I have to step up for a task like this? I'm terribly sorry. He had put a lot of work into preparing Team 2, but now his efforts had ended up being in vain. He couldn't let them get away with this. If he left this matter unsettled, it was clear that there would be a punishment coming from the Isle. Put Team 1 on standby. Why, you mean the Team 1 foot? The subordinate opened his eyes in surprise. Team 1. The players in this team were known as the elite players in Orangdan, and were being specially trained for Cheongwado. Each one of them was among the top rankers in the tutorial. But what surprised him the most was that this was the first time Build had ordered to assemble the whole team. And all of that just to deal with 3 people. To him, it seemed like a waste. They're the ones who destroyed Team 2 with only 3 of them. Blood Sword, Foxy Tail, and the Masked One. Their level is higher than I expected. Build leaned back on the chair. It's not that bad. This will serve as a good combat experience for them. The subordinate bowed his head in agreement. Even from his point of view, the players in Team 1 were all full of conceit. Their belief in that they would be the next leading players of Cheongwado was so strong that even Build's words were often ignored. Build was planning to make use of this opportunity for both getting rid of the eyesores and throwing a damper on their pride. And I will be moving along with them. Quote exclamation mark quote. The subordinate's eyes widened, but he soon lowered his head again. Prior to becoming an executive in Orangdan, he was also a player who had climbed some floors in the tower. No matter how good players were in the tutorial, there was a huge gap between them and players already in the tower. Those high rankers are dead now. He clicked his tongue in pity. Players from the tower would receive a severe penalty from the Guardian if they intervened in the tutorial. But Build decided to step up even at the risk of receiving such penalty. That's how much of an obstacle they posed to him. Or are you considering the possibility of them having noticed the identity of Team 2? Build slowly nodded his head. There's no reason to leave a potential risk behind. Besides, we can't let them get away with what they have done to us, can we? Build then gave him an order as he bent his brows. Immediately assemble all members of Team 1. And also, warn them that those who fail to comply will be cut off from the clan on the spot. Roger. Build clicked his tongue as he watched the subordinate leave. We were almost done collecting the sacrifices. I didn't expect a setback in our plan. When he had first heard of what happened to Can, Build had thought he could easily run Yi and Wu off the road. But now, he couldn't just stand by after all the trouble Yi and Wu had caused. Still, Blood Sword and Foxy Tail, their backgrounds are too big. There's also the possibility of the masked guy being secretly raised by other clans. He must have someone's backing. Build had already excluded the possibility of Yi and Wu being alone. As far as he knew, no player with that level of ability could have been raised without any support. Build couldn't look down on his ability to clear the inner area as a solo player, even going as far as speedrunning it. So he had to get rid of them as secretly as possible, leaving no evidence behind. Of course, it wasn't because he was afraid of their background. The power Cheongwado had in the tower was really unmatched. It was only because he didn't want to arouse any suspicion from other clans or rankers. After the downfall of Arthea, the forced peace in the tower is now gradually being chiseled away. Now, it's just like a ticking time bomb. You never know when it's going to explode. But at least before it explodes, we have to gather up as much strength as we can. Secretly, and without anyone noticing, Orangdan was in charge of supplying the necessary materials to gather up their strength. On that account, Build couldn't forgive Yi and Wu's party for destroying Team 2. Build thought for a moment about how to eliminate them. However, his thoughts did not last long. Kwong. We're under attack. Damn it, what the hell is going on? An explosion shook the whole command post violently. The noise came from the entrance. Build, then the subordinate, who had been ordered to gather up Team 1, rushed back into his room. Build asked with a frown on his face. What just happened outside? They're here. They, Blood Sword and Foxy Tail. What? Build rose from his seat with an irritated look. Before the subordinate could continue, Build spoke with a curl on his lips. They've saved me some trouble now that they came here on their own. Just then, Kwong. Suddenly, the wall to his left was blasted off and Khan appeared along with Doyle. As if they had clove their way straight across, they were covered in dust and blood. Build. Khan burst into a rage with a distorted expression while looking at the man who had turned the tutorial into hell. Rumble. Murderous aura raved through the room like a windstorm. Kook. Waak. Some clan members had ran into the room chasing after the two players, but most of them were blown away by his aura, and those who weren't still spilt blood and fainted. The floor was quaking up and down, and the room was reeking of blood. Khan, drenched in blood and with his blood-soaked dragon slayer, gave the impression of a demon straight out of hell. This was the true form of blood sword that had drawn the attention from various clans and rankers in the tower. Bild slowly drew his sword, unveiling his murderous aura. He felt a tingling sensation all over his body. But even so, the sneer on Bild's face grew bigger and bigger. I was getting bored stuck in the tutorial. Let's enjoy ourselves, son of the Iron Lion. At the end of his words, Kwang, Bild and Khan flung themselves at each other. Once again, another explosion erupted inside the room. While Bild and Khan were fighting each other, Yi and Wu was reaching the eastern area of Section E. The lush forest soon came to an end, and the black rocky mountains started to show their spiky heads. A wide and barren desert. It was the orcs' territory. Orcs are monsters that possess a solid physique and muscles with a grimly twisted pig face. They are 2 meters in size, which is bigger than a lizard man. Orcs show aggressive behavior towards players. They will run to attack a player as soon as they spot one. This kind of behavior makes it harder for players to hunt them down. But of course, that did not matter to Yi and Wu even a bit. As he ventured around the eastern desert, 4 orcs suddenly jumped at him during their patrol. Puck. But Yi and Wu easily sliced off the gullets of 3 of the orcs, and severed the arm and leg muscles of the remaining one and laid him on the floor. Then he climbed on his body and held a dagger against his neck. Quick. H. Human. Strong. S. Spare me. Players and monsters were alike. They all begged for their lives when facing imminent death. Yi and Wu asked the orc with a cold smile on his face. I kept you alive because you seemed the smartest of all. Right. Quick. I am the smartest in the tribe. Quick. Orc intensely nodded his head with a pale look. But the truth was, Yi and Wu randomly picked one out of the 4 orcs. Let me ask you a question. Have you seen any cottage nearby? It should be somewhere on the rocky mountain or on the branches of a tree. What? Quick. You better think hard. There are lots of other orcs around that I can ask. The orc then quickly put his brain to work. To survive, he had to remember things in great detail, like what he had eaten 5 days ago. The cold blade of the dagger started to slice into the skin on his neck. Blood was dripping out of the wound, but the orc was too terrified to feel the pain on his throat. Soon enough, the orc managed to conjure up a memory he had regarding a house. There is one. Quick. I have never seen it. But my friends were scouting, and they saw a strange house, hanging on the bayo tree. But they said, it was too high, so they just came back. Beneath the mask, Yi and Wu's eyes shone brightly. This must be it. It was the place where the helper who would lead him to the hidden piece, Akasha's snake, lived. And where is that? The orc realized that the dagger had stopped digging into his throat, so he quickly answered. You have to walk, a little bit left to the sunrise, takes 2 meals of time. Northeast, about half a day from here. The orc then shouted urgently. Let me cook. But he couldn't finish his words. The dagger penetrated deeply into his neck and cut off his artery. Why? With his life fading away, the orc spat out one last word with the intention to ask why had he killed him despite having answered his question. I was only asking you a question, and I didn't say I was going to let you live. Hearing Yi and Wu's cold reply, the orc was left in shock as he wheezed out his last breath. Yi and Wu immediately took out a dagger and began to cut the dead orcs' stomachs open. It was to take their ribs. Orcs' bones were very high in density. They were perfect materials for crafting various artifacts. As he dissected the carcasses, Yi and Wu meticulously mapped out his future plans. Akasha's snake is a tricky monster. It only shows up at certain times, under certain conditions and circumstances. Without his help, I'll never be able to find it. Akasha's snake was a monster that inhabit deep down under the ground in the eastern desert area. But unlike its name, it was not an ordinary snake. It was a predator that could swallow and devour everything. His brother had left various records about Akasha's snake in his diary. Not just because that was how shocked he had been when he had first faced Akasha's snake, but also because it was the experience that had helped Arthea become who they were. Yi and Wu was thinking of killing such monster, on his own. Its size was larger than the 4 or 5 Rocky Mountains combined, and its length was immeasurably long. I even wondered how could a monster like that exist in the tutorial. It was said that Akasha's snake sometimes had to come out to the surface in order to breathe. It also filled its hungry stomach while it stayed on the surface. We tried to kill such monster without having any knowledge about it. No wonder we almost lost our fight. But luckily, we met him. The person who saved his brother and Arthea during their battle with the snake. My first master, Galliard. Snake hunter, Galliard. Yi and Wu muttered the name of the person he should be meeting soon. Of course, if he knew I was calling him with cheesy words like master, he'd become running here to punch me in the face. Anyway, he was a man who seemed to be ever so free but was imprisoned by memories of the past. That's the reason he had been hunting Akasha's snake for decades. Galliard had a rather unique history. He was a player. However, he had never stepped into the tower. For decades, he had only stayed in the tutorial that resets every round. But it wasn't because he wasn't weak. Later on, when his brother looked back after becoming the 6th top ranker in the tower, Galliard had never been weaker than the other rankers. He even presumed he could be among the top rankers. If he had left the tutorial and tried to climb the tower, perhaps Galliard could have climbed higher than his brother. His brother felt it was a waste to have a player with such great skill stuck in the tutorial. Galliard just didn't have any reputation in the tower, but he knew what Galliard would be capable of. So he used pass tickets to try to convince him over and over again, but Galliard refused every time. When his brother asked for the reason, he never gave him a proper answer. He could only guess that Galliard was trapped by a regretful memory that involved Akasha's snake, and that the memory was holding him from leaving the tutorial. Jungwoo was able to find Akasha's snake with the help of his teammates. But I don't have the time to make such preparations, so I'll have to meet up with Galliard and get his help. It may have been a precious bond for his brother, but Yi and Wu didn't pay much attention to the fact. He was going to take whatever he could take from Galliard. Even his skills, if possible. The white mask turned to northeast. If not, I'll have to force him. Chapter 34. Akasha's Snake 2. Yi and Wu looked for Galliard as he killed the orcs he encountered throughout his journey northeastward. The Bao tree that the orc mentioned meant rugged rocky mountain. It was not easy to find a specific spot in the eastern desert area where everything around were rocky mountains. Moreover, orcs were not fools either. After noticing that their scouts weren't coming back, they started sending groups consisting of more than a dozen orcs, and others even started to search for Yi and Wu on their own accord. Fortunately, he managed to find Galliard's cottage by then. Is this it? Yi and Wu muttered in a low voice as he stood in front of one of the mountains. It was the highest and steepest rocky mountain in the vicinity. The height of it made the other mountains around look small in comparison. Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes and strengthened his eyesight. Then, as if he had zoomed in with a camera, he found something barely peeking out from the tip of the mountain. It was a small cottage roughly supported by a few thick wooden pillars on a sloping cliff. It looked like it could collapse in any moment, but Yi and Wu shouted with joy because it was the same cottage he had seen in the diary. Later I figured out, Galliard changes the location of his cottage with each round of the tutorial. It's so annoying to have to search every corner of Eastern Desert every time I visit. His brother also did not know why Galliard kept moving around. He could only guess that it had something to do with chasing Akasha's snake. Let's get in there first. Yi and Wu started to climb up the rocky mountain, lightly hitting the ground. The slope was too steep and rugged to climb without a single piece of safety equipment, but thanks to his high stats and skills, it wasn't too difficult for Yi and Wu. All he had to do was to pinpoint the safe places to step on with his strengthened vision, and leap up with his strong leg muscles. Yi and Wu climbed so fast that before he knew it he had already landed on a small yard in front of the cottage. And he knocked on the door. Excuse me, but no sound was heard from the inside. He expanded the scope of his senses and scanned inside the cottage, but he couldn't sense anything. Is anyone here? He couldn't just open the door and enter without the owner's permission. In fact, Galliard was a character who seldom stayed at home and most of the time could be found outside walking around. So Yi and Wu sat on a bench in the yard, and began to wait for Galliard. Who are you? The sunset was spreading across the sky when Galliard returned home. When he arrived, Yi and Wu was in the middle of his meditation. He immediately opened his eyes and greeted Galliard. I'm Kane. I don't care about your name. I'm asking you, what are you doing in front of my house? Galliard eyed at Yi and Wu up and down with a look full of suspicion. But to Yi and Wu, Galliard was a very intriguing existence. Demi-humans, they actually exist. A tall stature reaching about 190 centimeters, a sturdy but sleek body frame, brown skin tone, well-defined, handsome features and then, the long, pointed ears. Galliard was not a human. An elf, one of the most prominent members of the demi-humans. Among them, he was a dark elf that was classified as a natural-born warrior. I've been introduced by teammates. I'd like to buy something. Are you the Galliard? With a stiff expression, Galliard threw a freshly caught beast on the floor, and lowered his bow from his shoulder. He was getting ready for a fight. Dark elves were often treated as freaks even among the elves. While most of the elves loved peace and cared for nature, the dark elves were more cruel and sometimes cold-blooded hunters. In some cases, they would abandon their teammates without any hesitation if it was for a greater good. Maybe that's the reason. When I first met Galliard, he was very doubtful and would always be on guard against others. I'd like to get Undine's goblet. Galliard slightly creased his brows. Who told you that? Bram, that asshole. I told him not to go babbling about this anymore. Bram was the name of an old friend of Galliard. He was the person who had been originally trying to climb the tower with him. And he was also one of the people that Jungwoo called his masters. Yian-Woo was complete stranger to Bram, but he didn't care at all. He was going to leave Galliard as soon as he got the item he needed. There's no need to befriend him just because he was close to Jungwoo. Galliard had nothing to do with the betrayal his brother had suffered. He had never entered the tower, and had no will to intervene in any other business. But still, it wouldn't do him any good to reveal who he was. Even if he did, it would just make things awkward for both of them. For Yian-Woo, it was enough to know what kind of people his brother had connections with. Okay, Galliard let out a deep sigh. Then he slung his bow back on his shoulder and picked up the beast he had dropped before. Come in. Yian-Woo followed Galliard into the cottage. The inside was not much different from where ordinary hunters lived. Along the wall were stuffed heads of all kinds of beasts and various hunting weapons were placed on the floor. Some scraps of leather were scattered on the table. You can sit anywhere you want. Just give me some time to finish this. Galliard pointed to a chair with his chin as he pushed the pieces of leather to the side and placed the beast on the table. The beast he carried home had a slight resemblance to a deer, but it looked very different from what he had seen on Earth. The size was twice as big, and its legs were full of muscles. On its head, 2 sets of goat-like horns were tangled together. Galliard took apart the beast at a rapid pace. He drained the blood, removed the flesh, and took out the guts. Yian-Woo looked at his skills with admiration. You into this kind of stuff? Galliard peeked at Yian-Woo. Yian-Woo nodded. So we were in the same boat. Galliard smiled as he noticed the backpack Yian-Woo had brought. Some materials were poking out of the backpack. Looking at Galliard's smile, Yian-Woo noticed that he had lowered his guard considerably. Then after he was done, Galliard looked at Yian-Woo as he slammed the table with his blood-stained knife. All right, let's talk about business. You want Undine's goblet? Yes, Undine's goblet. It was a one-time-use artifact that could draw Akasha's snake to the surface. To be exact, it's more like its favorite food. The reason why Akasha's snake appeared on the surface was to fill its hungry stomach. In order to satiate its massive body, his food had to fulfill one of 2 conditions. Either it had to be present in large quantities, or it had to be nutritious. The Akasha, in the name of Akasha's snake, indicated the smallest unit of matter in the spiritual world. Others called it ether, or spirit element, Lingzi. Akasha's snake fed off of this spiritual energy. It wandered around the earth, absorbing energy from the ground, and often ambushed monsters' settlements to rob them of their vitality. As a result, wherever Akasha's snake passed by, it would turn into a wasteland where not a single blade of grass could grow. That's why the eastern part of Section E was filled with barren deserts and rocky mountains. And now, it was around the time when the last remaining bit of Akasha would disappear from the eastern region. This was the time when Akasha's snake would suffer from hunger and thirst. So considering the situation, Undine's goblet was a very useful bait to lure out Akasha's snake. Undine's goblet is an artifact that contains a great amount of Akasha. Of course, it is also the favorite food of Akasha's snake. But the only problem was that Galliard is the only one who knows how to make Undine's goblet. Therefore, he was often visited by players who needed Undine's goblet even for other reasons. But Galliard hid himself most of the time out of annoyance. You know what the condition is, right? He was talking about a condition, not a price. Yian-Woo nodded his head. I do, roughly. Okay, then let's start right away. At that moment, the dark elf, Galliard, wants to test you. Your reward will be given only after passing this test. Will you accept the test? Galliard's sharp gaze seemed to pierce through Yin Wu's mask. So this is it, Galliard's test. The condition for Galliard to give Undine's goblet was very simple. It was to pass the test he gave. He never accepted anything else in exchange for the item. Only those who passed the test would receive Undine's goblet as a reward. The reason was unclear. It seemed like he was expecting something from those who passed the test, but no one had ever fulfilled his expectations, and the same test has being repeated for decades. It was such a weird thing for a player to do, but it was now considered as a matter of course, and that was why the system in the tower accepted his test as a hidden quest. Yin Wu then nodded. Then the message disappeared and a new window appeared. Hidden quest Galliard's test. Content. The dark elf, Galliard, has been testing many players for a long time in order to find someone qualified. Being blessed by the wind, his feet are known to be as quick as the wind itself. Your task is to catch Galliard on the run. To pass the test, you must tag him at least 5 out of 10 times. Rewards. Rewards will be given according to the number of successes. 3 or more, Undine's goblet. 5 or more, Undine's goblet plus. Yin Wu's eyes glittered. More than half, is it? It was a game of tag. Galliard required players to catch him, and players could use any way possible. He allowed them to set up traps, use their artifacts, or collaborate with teammates. The players had to touch Galliard within a set amount of time for it to be considered as a success. However, for decades, no more than 5 people had succeeded in tagging Galliard more than 5 times. But if I can make it, I can get a skill from him. Yin Wu knew what was hidden behind the question marks in the quest window. It was a skill that Galliard had. Shunpo, Shunbu. It was a special skill that had been passed down within the Dark Elves. Shunpo hastens one's movement and eliminates the sound produced by it. It'll be of great help in combat. Yin Wu's primary weapon was his stealth and speed based on his strength and senses. No other skill fit his combat style as good as Shunpo. That's why had Yin Wu included acquiring it in his plans. But there was one more reason why Yin Wu needed Shunpo the most. Missing a numbering on it, Shunpo might be seen as a mediocre skill. But I realized its true value only after seeing my teammate. The advantage of Shunpo lies not in its speed, but somewhere else. It was a key element of another skill, Shukuchi Tsuoda. Rank number 1. The key to unlocking one of the best skills that symbolizes, all for one. Chapter 35, Akasha's Snake 3, All for One. He was seriously the worst player I've ever seen. All for One was the unchallenged first place in the rankings both as a player and as a clan, but little was known about his identity. For decades, hundreds or maybe even thousands of years, he no longer climbed up the tower, only staying on the 77th floor. Since he was rarely seen outside, it was hard to even find a player who had met him in person. Only the 9 top rankers, the 9 kings, had ever seen him from afar. That's how much All for One disliked the company of others. He thought by himself, judged by himself, and he moved by himself. But every time he made a move it always brought about tectonic changes within the tower. In spite of being alone, the power he wielded was more than enough to overwhelm the other giant clans. So players started to call him with several titles. The strongest, the highest, or the ultimate. No matter who entered or left the tower, he would still be the first ranker. Many players had challenged him for his position, but none of them was ever successful. However, the challengers' effort did not end in vain. They studied All for One and accumulated information about him. In the end, they were able to analyze some of his skills. And one of them was Shukuchi. Yin Wu's 2 eyes sank deeply. No matter how far the distance, All for One could traverse it with one leap. He didn't even need tickets to move from floor to floor. At first, other players had speculated that All for One might have a magical skill like teleport or blink. However, those space transfer magics required a considerable amount mana and a long casting time. But All for One seemed to be free from those constraints, neither requiring a casting time nor circulation of mana. By just taking one step he could go wherever he wanted to go. Therefore, many rankers and clans had exerted tremendous effort to block him from using this skill. But no matter how strong the barrier they used was, All for One could go in and out too easily. If he wanted to, he could easily assassinate someone without anyone noticing. Later on players figured out the skill he used was called Shukuchi. However, at that point, people met yet another obstacle. Even if they wanted to analyze the skill, they had no idea how to get it. Players ended up guessing that it was a unique skill that only All for One had. However, the moment I saw All for One in the distance, my instincts told me something. What he had wasn't a unique skill. Rather, it was something achieved by steadily honing his skills to the limit until he reached the peak. And I found out one more thing. I don't know how he did it, but the shunpo that Galliard had showed during the tutorial, the same skill that Isaac had begged him to bestow, was actually the key to getting Shukuchi. But I bet Isaac won't know this until the end. When his brother found that out, he did not share this information with his teammates. At that time, the rift within Arthea had already deepened. He didn't know who he could trust. Instead, his brother concentrated on studying Galliard and his shunpo, and he recorded the results in his diary. Yi and Wu, therefore, had to acquire shunpo no matter the cost. Then, and only then, he could finish his brother's study. And also, he would be able to unlock Shukuchi. The rules are very simple. I'll be hiding around here and all you have to do is to tag me. I'll give you 15 minutes for each round. Galliard came out of the cottage and explained the rules of the test. I know that there's a big gap between you and me, so I'll place a handicap on myself. I won't use my hands, and I won't use skills other than movement-related ones. Galliard raised his hands high and folded them behind his back. Yi and Wu nodded his head in silence. After all, Galliard's main skills were focused around his footwork and body techniques, not his fighting techniques. But he can't attack or defend, that'll be a great advantage. Instead of Karshina's dagger, Yi and Wu drew out his old daggers and held them in reverse grip. Then he lowered his upper body slightly. He was ready to dash out at any time. Galliard accepted it as his consent and nodded his head. Then let's get started. Pat. Galliard suddenly vanished into a thin air. His movements were indeed like the wind. He couldn't be caught with the naked eye. However, I should be able to find him. Yi and Wu activated both sense-strengthening and draconic eyes at the same time. Clearly, Galliard had left almost no trace behind. But there was a strand of flaw flowing along the wind. Yi and Wu concentrated all his senses on that flaw and tried to chase after the source. There was one thing I realized while studying the skill Shunpo. Shunpo had a very critical weakness. Here, Yi and Wu turned his body to the right and quickly threw a dagger towards a gap between some rocks. At that moment, Galliard jumped out from that direction with a stiff look on his face. Shunpo is a skill specialized in stealth and speed. However, because it is too focused on its function, it does not erase the trace left behind. Yi and Wu quickly dashed towards Galliard. The biggest characteristic of Shunpo is that it maximizes efficiency. It reduces useless movements and sticks to that purpose only. Shortly before being caught by Yi and Wu, Galliard twisted his body in midair and managed to land on the ground. But Yi and Wu wasn't worried about finding him. And that means only one thing. This time it was to his west, on a dry tree. He is stepping on the flaws to move around. When Galliard was found for the second time, he had a surprised look on his face. Yi and Wu stretched out his hand but Galliard turned his body. I'm not sure if the creator of Shunpo knew about the flaws. Maybe he did it instinctively. But one thing is for sure, as long as Shunpo uses the flaws. Again, Galliard avoided Yi and Wu's hand by an inch. But by now, Yi and Wu was starting to read into Galliard's pattern. You will never escape my sight. Yi and Wu noticed the path of flaws Galliard was stepping on, so he threw his dagger to cut off the path. Galliard was so startled he had to deviate from the path. But when he jumped away, Yi and Wu was already in that place. First try. Success. Quote exclamation mark quote. Yi and Wu had already grabbed onto Galliard's sleeve. Galliard's face crumpled in disbelief. As long as he wasn't an idiot, he should have figured out that his weakness had been exposed. It was only after seeing Yi and Wu's eyes drawing a slight arc beneath his white mask that he realized Yi and Wu had gotten him. But it was Galliard himself who restricted him from using hands and other skills. Chuckle, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. No matter how hard he tried to run away, with those restraints, there was nothing he could do when Yi and Wu blocked his path in advance. In the end, Yi and Wu succeeded in tagging Galliard several times. You have managed to tag Galliard 7 times. The maximum requirements for your quest have been fulfilled. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 2000 karma. You have acquired 1000 additional karma. You are now qualified to obtain Undine's goblet as your reward. You can claim an additional reward. Find the dark elf, Galliard, for your reward. My goodness, I can't believe you got me so easily. Galliard laughed in dejection as he watched Yi and Wu put his hand on the right side of his chest. He was confident that he wouldn't lose even to the rankers in the tower. But he never expected his weakness to be discovered this fast. So, how on earth did you figure it out? This isn't something that can be broken so easily. It's my secret weapon. Yi and Wu's response was simple. Galliard had his eyes fixed on Yi and Wu, but soon shook his head. A promise was a promise. Dark elves must not make false promises. And on a second thought, maybe this mysterious young man could be the person he had been waiting for all this time. Okay then, follow me. Galliard went back into his cottage and Yi and Wu followed right behind. Take it, this is it. As soon as Galliard entered his house, he brought out a bag from the corner of the room and held it out to Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu couldn't understand how could he store something so valuable without any locks or protection. What's he gonna do if someone comes to steal it? Yi and Wu was a bit appalled, but he opened the bag thinking all was good as long as he got it. Inside the bag, there was a round crystal orb shining like a sapphire. Blue water was swaying from side to side inside the orb. So this is the Undine's goblet. Undine's goblet. Classification: jewelry. Rating: A. Description: spiritual substance, a crystal orb filled with a dense concentration of akasha. It is a priceless treasure for those who can handle akasha, but a disaster for those who cannot. Undine's bless. The orb contains the source of spirit of water, Undine. You'll have to be careful when handling it. If the liquid leaks out, it'll cause a disaster. I know. Yi and Wu nodded as he closed the bag. Akasha was a substance that could not be produced in the material world. The leak of such a material would result in a major explosion. It could easily blow up Yi and Wu to smithereens. But as long as he kept it in its bag, there shouldn't be any problem, because the bag itself was a specially designed artifact. And this too, Galliard offered an additional reward to Yi and Wu. A book covered in blue leather. The title was written in mysterious letters, but thanks to the tower's system, he didn't have any difficulty in deciphering the letters. Shunpo. It was a skill book. Shunpo. Rating: C-. Proficiency: 0.0%. A skill that used to be acquired only by select soldiers within the Dark Elves. Allows users employ light movements and quicker attacks. The speed increases in proportion to its proficiency. Nimble movement. Attack speed is temporarily increased during activation. Attack speed is doubled for 5 seconds after killing an enemy, and the chance to inflict critical damage increases by 7%. Yi and Wu wanted to shout out with joy at the thought of having finally acquired what he wanted. Then he quickly put his hand on the surface of the book. It was very easy to learn a skill through skill books. Because of this fact, skill books were very expensive, and that made them hard for common players obtain. Learn. Whoosh. With that command, the skill book scattered with a blue aura and was absorbed into his hand. The skill, Shunpo, has been created. You will now be able to move swiftly. Your senses will also be improved, enhancing your physical abilities. Yi and Wu felt that something was coming out of his body. It feels like my body is much lighter. So far, Yi and Wu had been working hard to perfect his body. He had made his senses keener, and his body stronger. But with the addition of Shunpo, he had now laid a foundation that could handle the agility of his enhanced body. His physical abilities must have grown considerably compared to before visiting Galliard. Of course, he had to train his usage of Shunpo to be fully proficient. I'm almost done with the vessel, so it's time to fill in the content. The content of the vessel was simple. His most scarce stat, magic power. That can only be filled by killing Akasha's snake. Its essence was beyond one's imagination. The energy that had been accumulated from the absorption of Akasha over a long period of time was immense enough to make it impossible to find similar items within the tower. It was one of the greatest treasures one could find in the tutorial. That was the reason why Yi and Wu had come straight to kill Akasha's snake. With reinforced physique, my body should be able to embrace the essence of Akasha's snake. And then that's when the succession process will be over. And now he could finally go and face Akasha's snake. Yi and Wu licked his lips in anticipation. His heart had already started pounding. Meanwhile, Galliard was looking at Yi and Wu as he leaned himself against a chair. There was a hollow smile on his lips. By the way, you got me thinking, the rookies in this round are quite amazing. I'd never seen so many players in a single round who can read my movements, but including you. Ha, or am I just too old now? At the moment, Yi and Wu's eyes grew a little bigger. Were there people here ahead of me? There were. 2 players, they said they were siblings. And they both took Undine's goblet and Shunpo, just like you did. I see. Yi and Wu could vaguely grasp who the 2 players were. The first and second places of the tutorial ranking. Was it Adora and Fant? Well, judging by the karma they have, it's obvious they'd been here. Galliard and Undine's goblet wasn't necessarily a big secret. It wasn't particularly famous, but it had been around for a long time. Yi and Wu got up from his seat and picked up the bag containing Undine's goblet. Well, I should get going now. Oh, by the way, what are you planning to do with that? You don't seem like an alchemist or a spiritualist. I can't tell why you would need Undine's goblet. Yi and Wu wondered if he needed to tell his destination. However, considering his relationship with his brother, he decided to keep courtesy for their last meeting. It's not like he'll stop me. Galliard had only been chasing down Akasha's snake, and never killed it himself. But of course, no one knew why. I'm thinking of going after Akasha's snake. So he said blandly. But at that moment, Galliard's face stiffened. You're going after Akasha's snake? All of a sudden, Yi and Wu got an ominous hunch. Is there something wrong? Galliard uttered a short groan and said with a pitying look. I'm sorry to say this, but Akasha's snake has already been killed. By the siblings I just told you about. Quote exclamation mark quote. Chapter 36. Akasha's snake 4. After leaving Galliard's cottage, Yi and Wu hurried to the spot where Akasha's snake was supposed to appear. According to the scenery he saw in the diary, the place should have been filled with several tall rocks standing like trees in a forest. Quote. But when Yi and Wu arrived, the whole place was in complete ruins. How the hell did they know about this place? Nobody should know about it except for Arthea. I could only explain our encounter with Akasha's snake as a lucky encounter. We had just happened to be passing through that place during the time when it would show itself, and we were lucky Galliard was there to help us. However, I can say for certain that the experience from that time tied us together and helped us become who we are. As far as he knew, Akasha's snake should only have appeared in the past 3 days. But the traces left here pointed to at least a week ago. Yi and Wu scanned through the nearby area just in case the snake that Fant and Adora had fought could have been a similar fake. However, damn it, you've shattered my expectations. Yi and Wu was able to find the body of the nearly torn apart Akasha's snake beyond the collapsed rocks. A snake as big as a few Rocky Mountains combined was now lying dead in front of him. Each scale was as big as Yi and Wu himself. Its body was also so long that it seemed to be endless. Despite being death, its ferocity still lingered on its body. The mere sight of it overwhelmed him greatly. Yi and Wu meticulously examined Akasha's snake's carcass with the last hope that Fant and Adora might have left something important behind. But even his effort was futile. They had already taken the most important parts of Akasha's snake, such as the essence and the venom gland. It was the evidence pointing that Fant and Adora had hunted Akasha's snake with a purpose in mind, just like Yi and Wu. But how the hell did they kill it? Yi and Wu clicked his tongue as he stepped a few meters away from the carcass. Even then, he still couldn't capture its entire body within his field of view. And the more he looked, the more he wondered. Akasha's snake wasn't a monster that could be so easily hunted. Its strength was as great as its size, so usually it was difficult to even approach it. In particular, the venom that oozed out from its fangs was strong enough to melt rocks. Not even 10 or 20 players would be enough to kill this monster. But how did the 2 of them kill it? Did that mean that their power was unmeasurable? Or was there something else he didn't know? I don't understand how they managed to summon Akasha's snake in the first place. Even if they used Undine's goblet, how did they summon Akasha's snake so soon? Could it be a magic? Or maybe another way he didn't know of? All sorts of thoughts were crossing through Yi and Wu's head. And after a period of pondering, only one thought was left in his mind. What do I do now? Yi and Wu took off his mask for a moment and swept up his bare face with his hand. It was almost the first time he had taken off the mask since entering the tutorial. That's how messy things were now in his head. He felt the need to feel the wind in order to get his thoughts organized. The hidden piece that he had been aiming for ever since the start of the tutorial had now vanished into thin air. The sole reason as to why he was so confident in catching up with the front runners was because of Akasha's snake. But on a second thought, he felt he had been too complacent. Now he could understand how Fant and Adora were able to stack up such unbelievable amount of karma points. But there was no use in crying over spilt milk. All his efforts had already been wasted. So he had to do something to make up for it. Yi and Wu quickly opened the tutorial ranking window. Tutorial ranking. 1. Adora 64,571 points. 2. Fant 58,774 points. 3. Con 57,300 points. 40. Unknown 40,980 points. There's a 20,000 point gap between me and Adora. The gap is still steadily shrinking. Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes. What if I hoard as many tokens as possible in Section E, clear all the hidden pieces left in Section F, and make a turnaround in Section G? Yi and Wu racked his brain and tried to hypothesize various situations, but none of them seemed possible. Time's too tight. At best, I'll end up overtaking the 11th rank. Maybe 8th if I get lucky. There's no way I can reach first. Yi and Wu had to finish the tutorial in first place. Only in that way he would be one step closer towards the day of his revenge. It was all in vain if he couldn't be first. Besides, to complete the succession process he needed the essence of Akasha's snake. So now that he couldn't get his hands on it, everything had been messed up. At this point, he had to revise his plan altogether. But for now, there was nothing he could do but to do his best to gather up karma points until the last minute of the tutorial. In the end, Yi and Wu decided to leave the place thinking that he should be spending his time on getting more points. But then, wait a second, what is that? Yi and Wu saw something just before walking away. It was on the other side that he hadn't searched properly. Several footprints were found along the head of the snake, and there were traces of strong impacts on its skull. At first, he thought it had been done by Fant and Adora during their fight with the snake. No, this wound was definitely made after its death. It's even recent. It was evidence that there were other people who had come here before Yi and Wu besides Fant and Adora. There must be something to it. Yi and Wu's instinct was telling him there was something. On the other hand, he thought he should be moving on in order to stack up more karma points. However, let's go check it out. Yi and Wu decided to trust his instincts this time. On the battlefield, following this kind of animal instinct often brought unintended results. Pat! Yi and Wu's body shot up into the air as his feet struck the ground. His movements were now much lighter thanks to the change followed by learning Shunpo. They were definitely more polished and quicker. You have learned how to handle your body movements freely. Shunpo, skill proficiency has increased. 1.2%. Talk. Yi and Wu was able to reach the head of the snake after stepping on its body a couple of times. Near the top of its skull, there were several marks, as if it had been struck with a large axe over and over again. Whoever they were, they tried to get something out of the skull. What could it be? The brain. As far as he knew, the only useful parts of Akasha's snake were its essence and venom gland. The rest were large pieces of body parts but of little use. And they had taken the brain. But why? By looking at the size of the footprints left behind, Yi and Wu could easily infer the identity of the group that took the brain. They are orcs. Yi and Wu suddenly recalled what his brother had said in his diary. Various monsters in Section E had different customs according to their environment. Among them, the orcs located in the eastern part of the section honored Akasha's snake, which had long been the owner of the eastern desert area. Many different monsters lived in packs in Section E. Groups of lizardmen were normally seen in the northern swamp, and the western jungle was inhabited by goblins and kobolds organized in villages. Orcs had settlements in the eastern desert area, and only the trolls and ogres lived independently in the southern region. But just because orcs were present in large numbers in the eastern desert, it didn't make them the owners of the land. Deep underground, there lived Akasha's snake. Sometimes, Akasha's snake came out to the surface and attacked their settlements. For the orcs, it was a symbol of dread and fear. Hence, they had the custom of worshipping Akasha's snake as a god. And it seemed like the orcs had noticed the death of Akasha's snake and pulled out its brains with something in mind. What were they planning to do with it? If they were doing rituals, they could have either done it here or taken it to their settlements. But the traces were leading elsewhere. The opposite direction from where the orc settlements were located. There must be something over there. Without further delay, Yi and Wu rushed out following the trail. Swish! The trail was leading past Akasha's snake's body and further into the ruins. As he traveled deeper along the trail, the wasteland started fading away with the appearance of bigger and steeper rocky mountains. It was a place where even his brother hadn't been. He traveled so far that he soon ended up reaching the end of Section E. Yi and Wu was stopped by a cliff that stood endlessly high. The Great Wall. This is the eastern end of Section E. Then, Yi and Wu scanned the cliff with his draconic eyes. The orcs' traces ended in front of a tunnel at the bottom of the cliff deftly hidden by rocks and trees. What are they doing in a place like this? Yi and Wu stepped into the tunnel immediately. At that moment, you are the first player to enter Akasha's snake tunnel. You have acquired 1000 additional karma. What? Yi and Wu looked up at the unexpected message. A snake tunnel. Something that has to do with Akasha's snake. Thump. Thump. Yi and Wu felt his heart pounding loudly. Not to mention his brother, even Galliard did not know about this cave. That's why Galliard had to wait for a set time to face Akasha's snake each time the tutorial reset. But if it had a cave, it would be a whole different story. There could be an egg, a snakeling, or its mate inside this cave. And the fact that the orcs came here carrying its brain, must mean there was something hidden inside. At least something equal in value to Akasha's snake. Yi and Wu tried to be as stealthy as possible and moved inwards into the tunnel. The deeper he went in, the louder the noises coming from the orcs became. Then, as Yi and Wu entered a large cavity, he witnessed dozens of orcs lined up along the vast open space. What is this? Bum bum. To the sound of the drums, the orcs were offering a deep bow in a reverent manner. It was a scene reminiscent of a solemn religious ritual. At the end of the altar was a pile of dead orcs and lizardmen, and above it was a tray containing the brain of Akasha's snake. These orcs, they're insane. Yi and Wu frowned at the swirling madness of the orcs and he lowered himself as much as he could. He felt like he could end up trapped in there forever if he caused any disturbance. Just then, Kung, what looked like an orc shaman, got up from his seat, stomping hard at the floor with his cane as he shouted a prayer in a voice filled with madness. Queek, our god, murdered by the wicked humans. Arise from your death, take our warriors' souls, bring yourself back to life and help us punish them. As he chanted the prayer, the orc shaman took out a torch from a brazier next to the altar and set the sacrifices on fire. Rush, as if they had been oiled beforehand, a fierce flame shot up from the bodies and devoured them completely. At that moment, something strange occurred in front of Yi and Wu's eyes. When a body is burned, it should turn into black ashes giving off a burnt smell. But in this case, the burnt offerings on the altar began to turn into a column of murky smoke the moment they burst into flames. Then the smoke gathered in the air, and soon, it was sucked into the brain of Akasha's snake that was laid on the tray. Just like a sponge absorbing water, the smoke quickly disappeared into the brain. The offerings that had been piled up on the altar vanished, and the brain started to wriggle as if it was alive. By the time all the sacrifices were gone, something tore out from within the brain. Ka! Quote exclamation mark quote. When Yi and Wu saw what it was, he couldn't help but to strain his eyes wide. It was a snake of surprisingly small size compared to Akasha's snake, but still it seemed to be more than 3 meters long. A young Akasha's snake. The snakeling screamed out of hunger. Ka! Then, a message appeared in front of Yi and Wu. Hidden Quest Resurrection Ceremony. Content. The body of Akasha's snake is composed of half substance, half spirit. Given enough energy, Akasha's snake can be resurrected at any time. Orcs are trying to bring Akasha's snake back to life with their ancient ritual. Stop the resurrection ceremony and kill the snake before it grows bigger. Reward. Yi and Wu opened his eyes wide in surprise. It was a quest telling him to stop the orcs from resurrecting the snake. But to Yi and Wu, only one phrase entered his sight. The phrase that said Akasha's snake could be revived. At that moment, a great idea crossed his mind. The tip of Yi and Wu's lips curled upward. If I can grow Akasha's snake bigger than before, and take its essence. Chapter 37, Akasha's Snake 5. Yi and Wu knew that Akasha's snake grows by feeding on Akasha. But he would have never thought that the concept of eating would also help him revive. Yi and Wu felt like he could finally see a ray of hope. No, depending on how he handled the situation, the results could be even better than what he originally had in mind. The longer the time it spent on resurrecting itself, the larger it would become in size along with the amount of essence it possessed. If only he could absorb its full power. Yi and Wu's eye glistened with anticipation. Plus, this doesn't go against the quest's directive. The quest told him to stop the resurrection ceremony, but it didn't set a time limit for it. In other words, he would complete the quest as long as he killed it, before the ceremony ended. As long as the ceremony continues, I can keep making Akasha's snake bigger and bigger. It won't be too late to kill it once it reaches its limit. Moreover, he was currently in the tunnel of Akasha's snake. Who knows what other secrets were hidden inside, and what rewards would he receive after completing the quest? Considering the risk, it won't be small. This way, he might be able to acquire even more stats and karma than he would have by following his original plan. The mere thought of it almost made him burst out laughing, but he held himself back. It's too early to celebrate. Strike while the iron is hot, as they said. Yi and Wu quickly began to work out the plan. The main variable in Akasha's snake's resurrection is none other than Akasha, the spiritual energy. The more energy the snake absorbs, the bigger it will grow. It's just like Bhattori's vampiric sword. If so, I will have to bring more food to fatten up the snake. Yi and Wu presumed Akasha's snake must be hungry from its resurrection. He had to think of a way to get enough food to constantly feed Akasha's snake. Undine's goblet? No, just one won't be enough. And Galliard probably doesn't have that many to spare. He immediately shook off the idea of asking Galliard for help. Yi and Wu didn't want to share the loot with anyone else. Then the only way left is. Yi and Wu watched the last remaining corpse vaporizing into smoke. To bring more sacrifices here. Fortunately, there were many monsters wandering outside the tunnel. Monsters that would become a good meal for Akasha's snake. If I disturb the orcs, the ceremony could be interrupted. I need to go farther away. Or maybe. A sly grin crept over Yi and Wu's face. I could raise the stakes. If he could lure the monsters guarding each area, if only he could bring those monsters into this eastern desert area and cause mayhem, how much would Akasha's snake grow with such quantity of food? Yi and Wu cast Shunpo and left the place after putting his thoughts in order. The ritual continued even after he left the tunnel. Oh, our God, I beg of you. Ka, the cry of the snake shook up the whole tunnel. 150, 43, 11_56. There was less than a week left until the tutorial's conclusion. The 6th ranked player in the tutorial, Bane, was now considering whether to stop collecting tokens and moving on to Section F. I have to be in the top 5. That's the only way I can be acknowledged by the Isle. The Isle. It was a word that the players of Orangdan used to address Chionwado. The Isle worked through meritocracy. He had to stand out and perform brilliantly in order to be reborn as a ranker. Normally, with Bane's level of skill, he would have easily achieved 5th rank, or even 3rd rank if he was lucky. But there were too many abnormally strong players in this round. Fant, Adora, Khan, and even the Marquesian swordsman. He was getting a little impatient thinking how he had to overtake those players to be able to reach the top 5. Just then, Bane received an order. An assassination mission, for me. Yes, Build has given the order for the members of the Team 1 to convene. Bane's face crinkled up. His hands were already full with his own problems, but now he also had to participate in an assassination mission. Moreover, the target wasn't even in the top 10. That alone was enough to hurt his pride, but Build even ordered them to operate as a team. Bane waved his hand in annoyance. Send the others. I have my hands full trying to keep my rank. Say that to Build, I'm sure he'll understand. But as he turned away, the messenger continued. This is a special order. The ones who disobey will be cut off from the clan on the spot. Bane gazed at the messenger with a now completely distorted face. At that moment, a cold aura spread through the air. Nevertheless, the messenger remained calm. Special. Yes, so you have to move together as a team. He also offered all the tokens in Orangdan's possession for the one who brings back his head. At that moment, Bane's eyes shone with greed. Tokens collected by Orangdan as a clan. There must be at least 1,000, and he was willing to give them away for just one person. This was his opportunity to turn the tables. Not only that, but Build would also be watching over his back. However, since the target is also the very player behind the annihilation of Team 2, Build also advised to be as careful as possible. Bane opened his eyes wide. Although Team 2 was inferior to Team 1, they were still a tough opponent because of their unruly temper. Even Bane's life would be at risk were he to fight them all at the same time. The reason why he told us to move together, it all makes sense now. Build preferred to handle businesses in a more secure fashion. Wait a minute, if the target eliminated Team 2 completely, that means he has all their tokens too, doesn't it? The tokens from both Orangdan and Team 2. Without a doubt, that would boost me up to the top 5. Bane's eyes had a cold glimmer. The corners of his mouth rolled up. All right. Tell him I'll be moving on to the gathering spot immediately. The messenger disappeared with a farewell. Without further delay, Bane moved straight towards the designated location. He was anxious that others might take away the tokens if he was late. And in Section E, 15 other players with similar thoughts were heading towards the same location at the same time. But little did they know, they were heading straight into an impending disaster. Yi and Wu's first destination was not far from the eastern desert area. He was currently nearing the border of the northern swamp. Yi and Wu secretly followed a lizardman scout and found its village. Shunpo, skill proficiency has increased. 7.1%. Shunpo was a skill that very much suited Yi and Wu. He tried out various complex moves he had envisioned in his head, as such, his skill proficiency had been increasing at a quick pace. Thanks to the skill, Yi and Wu was able to slip into the central part of the village's main barracks. Inside, a slightly bigger lizard man, seemingly the chief, was giving orders to his army. Our king is dead, and it must not be known. Especially to the orcs. If they find out, they will rush out to fight us. We have to be careful. Roger, Roger. The lizard man warriors nodded their heads and exited the room in an orderly way. This is tiresome. The big lizard man sat down on his chair and muttered in a cold tone. They must be having a lot of troubles after Hargan's death. Yi and Wu quickly checked the title of the currently agonizing lizard man. Kararik, chief of the 21st tribe. It seemed he had come at just the right time. At present, the lizard men lost both Hargan, the lizard man king, and Turagan, the strongest warrior of their species. They now had no pivotal force to bind them together. The whole species was suffering from all sorts of problems. If a war broke out in a time like this, they would be pushed out of their territory. They had to raise their guard and keep their mouths shut. It's better this way. On the other hand, Yi and Wu thought of this as a great opportunity. What he wanted was to create chaos between monsters. If he could take advantage of this, it would be easier to drive a wedge between monsters. Pat. Yi and Wu then jumped at Kararik. What? An assassin kook. Kararik sensed Yi and Wu's presence and reached out for his scimitar butt. Puck. Karshina's dagger was already stuck in his forehead. Kararik fell to his back from the impact. It was a pitiful end for one of the 25 tribal chiefs representing the lizardmen. Yi and Wu threw the corpse of an orc he had killed on his way here next to Kararik's body. Then he smashed a couple pieces of furniture. When the lizardmen find this, they will think that Kararik died fighting against an orc assassin. And the bigger the damage, the better the effect will be. Yi and Wu spread out his hand and cast flame infusion. Rush. A flame shot up over his palm. It was small due to his lack of proficiency, but it was still enough to set something on fire. Yi and Wu threw the flame a small distance away from the corpses. Being a flame created by a skill, it quickly spread and engulfed the barracks in seconds. Fire! Fire! Chief! Something's wrong with our chief. Soon, the whole tribe fell into great turmoil. Watching the chaos unfold, Yi and Wu leisurely walked away and moved on to the next place. He had several places to visit this evening. Overnight, the whole swamp was plunged into utter confusion. Lizardmen were already on high alert over the death of their king and queen. The tension reached its peak as the chiefs and some other warriors were found murdered. And when they found out that orcs were related to those cases, they all went into rage. The orcs have killed our king and queen. Orcs are about to invade our territory. Orcs will be coming here soon. A shout was heard among the crowd, and it was enough to stir up the whole tribe. We shall strike before they can. This is a war, and we will have our revenge. And the next morning, the northern swamp quaked. Armies of thousands of lizardmen began their move towards the eastern desert area. In the meantime, Yi and Wu was moving towards the jungle in the west. I've been using carcass for everything that's non-human, but I think corpse should be better for humanoid monsters. But I'm too lazy to go through all the previous chapters and check. Anyway, correct me if I'm wrong since English isn't mine nor TK's first language. Chapter 38, Akasha's Snake. 6. The fire in the western jungle started as a small spark. However, the flames swelled up as they devoured the now in ruins kobold village, and the fire gradually spread until it engulfed the whole jungle. Goblins and kobolds who had lost their home to the fire began to migrate away from the unstoppable inferno. Numerous conflicts occurred between monsters that inhabited the area, but even so, they had to abandon their habitat soon after. Confusion spread throughout Section E like a domino effect. Everyone had to be on high alert, including both players and monsters. Black smoke and red flames could be seen everywhere. Keek, keek, all hell broke loose in the goblin village. Flames were consuming everything in it. Cries of help were heard from all over the place. Chief, chief, we're in a by-kook. A goblin flung open the door, hurriedly entering the barracks, but soon a hatchet flew in, splitting his head. I am not a chief. I am your king. The goblin king frowned in annoyance as he looked at the other chiefs. You sure, it was the orcs? Yes. The destroyed villages, there are as many as my fingers. And the orcs, their bodies were found in all of the villages. The Goblin King gritted his teeth. Those damn orcs. It wasn't enough to trample on our villages, but you also dare set them on fire. More than 8 villages had been confirmed destroyed and countless numbers of goblins were still asking for help. Upon investigation, they had found that the orcs were the ones responsible for their present predicament. They massacred whole villages and set them on fire, burning down everything in it. They even let 1 or 2 survivors escape to other villages in order to follow them and continue killing the goblins. Even someone's worst enemy couldn't possibly be this cruel. And neither had they declared war nor there had been clashes between them. On the contrary, they had recently made a promise of cooperation because of the increased number of humans. But in the end it was only the goblins who got stabbed in the back. About a third of their power had evaporated in one night. Orcs, I don't know what you want. But we goblins will never forget what you have done. The Goblin King's eyes blazed with fire. Then suddenly, a goblin barged in. My lord, kobolds and gnolls have sent messengers. They are asking us to take revenge against the orcs together. They want an alliance. The Goblin King then turned towards the goblin standing at the door. It wasn't just us. For a second, he smelled something fishy going on, but his doubt didn't last for long. What was more important right now was to retaliate against the orcs. Lead the way, I'll meet them. Orcs, we will kill them all. The Goblin King sprang up from his seat and rushed towards the place where the kobold and gnoll messengers were. Other monsters were also experiencing similar situations. We're just like you. The orcs attacked us. Our worst enemy. The orcs killed our king too. Together, we must avenge. When the Goblin King heard their stories, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. It looked like orcs had gone mad and provoked all the monsters around them. If so, the orcs must have attacked not just the monsters here, but also other monsters in this region. The Goblin King immediately ordered his minions to check on other monsters around them. And then, many other races, they were just like us. Trolls and ogres were hurt too. They also asked for an alliance. Then suddenly, the Goblin King was struck with an idea. This is a chance to be the real king of the entire forest. Since his childhood, it was often said that he had great intelligence for a goblin. He even knew something was off about this whole situation. But for now, he didn't care if the orcs were the real culprits or not. What really mattered was that he could use this as an opportunity. An opportunity to bring together the angry monsters and stand tall as their hero. He could be the true king of the forest like he had been yearning for his whole life. And when he heard the report about the armies of lizardmen heading eastward, the Goblin King pounded on the table as he shouted out loud. There's no time for this. Even those cowardly lizardmen are waging war on the orcs. How can we be simply standing here? Follow me, I will cut the throat of the Orc King. Was it the Goblin King's charisma that captivated the other monsters? Their eyes started to burn with determination. The loss of their home and the anger towards the orcs had pushed them into complete madness. Follow the Goblin King. For revenge, kill the orcs. Led by the Goblin King, a monster outbreak started. They were armies of monsters consisting of thousands of monsters, and they had only one destination. The Eastern Desert. You have created conflict between monsters and led them to start a war. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 1000 additional karma. Sudden quest monster outbreak. Content. It is an unwritten rule among the monsters in Section E that they don't intrude into each other's territory. But the rule has been broken just now. A war between the monsters has begun. Survive and eradicate the source of the war. Rewards. 1. The title, Monster Hunter. 2. The Goblin King's Eye. 3. 5-colored Jewel of Monsters. 4. Additional karma. Yes, it's progressing just the way I wanted. Yan Wu smiled as he watched Goblin King giving out his speech in front of thousands of monsters. A cautious snake would revive faster proportionally to the number of monsters it consumed, and currently, waves of lizardmen and the monsters were heading towards the orcs. No matter how much power the orcs had, it would be impossible to block them. The revival won't end up being just a normal revival. Perhaps it could be the biggest cautious snake in the entire history of the tutorial. Now the seeds were sown. The only thing Yan Wu had to do was to sit still until the fruit was ripe. It's a shame it turned into a sudden quest. There were many kinds of quests in the tower. Main quests, the main task of each floor in the tower. Hidden quests, concealed as hidden pieces and offered only to those with the right qualifications. And then there were sudden quests that occurred due to sudden turn of events. The sudden quest was probably notified to all players in Section E, just like the main quests. Those who didn't know how things were in the tutorial might think they were just given more quests to hunt monsters. But those who know a thing or two might suspect something about the change. That slight chance of arousing other players' suspicions made Yi and Wu uneasy, but he decided not to worry. Even if they know it, it's already too late. There was nothing left for others to intervene in. The flare had already been fired. What would happen after this? Yi and Wu looked at march of monsters from a distance. Then he quietly followed them behind their backs. Swish. During the time when the Goblin King was rallying the monsters together. I see some useless players here. Bane twisted his lip as he gave a quick glance to the people around him. They were the players of Team 1 gathered under Build's order. Other players also had sullen faces. And look who's talking here. Crassus muttered in a seemingly irritated tone. They always quarreled like cats and dogs whenever he bumped into Bane. Of course, nothing good came out of his mouth. Bane creased his brows and scowled at Crassus. Crassus then laughed coldly in response. What else can you do other than staring at me? You cocky little asshole, you don't even know who you're messing with. I'm afraid I do, and we can test that right away if you want. Bane and Crassus emitted their aura as they gazed at each other. The air around them heated up and the wind blew in gusts. The players around them stood aside with their arms folded. They were the two most talented players in Team 1. A fight between such players should be interesting to watch. Plus, at least one of the two would be eliminated from the tutorial rankings. It was like killing two birds with one stone. However, their fight was stopped before it could begin. Clap, both of you, stop fighting like children. Why don't you realize we'd be better off eliminating the target instead of wasting our time? Dyke, who took on the adult role in Team 1, stepped forward as he clapped his hands. Bane and Crassus frowned at the same time, but none of them complained. They knew Dyke's point was absolutely correct. Only the other players smacked their lips in frustration. Dyke said as he looked around. I hear the target is near the orc settlements, not far from here. So let's get rid of him as quickly as possible and get back to our business. Of course, we shouldn't let our guard down, as he is the one who wiped out Team 2. Bane and other players nodded. Then let's get in formation and move on. The players advanced in a battle formation as they learned from Build. The relationship between each other might not be good, however, the long training made them well prepared for battles. But at the same time, their eyes were filled with greed. I must be the one to take his head, no matter what. Even if I have to betray them. I have to get to the top somehow. I can't settle with my current rank. There's gonna be a fight even after we take down the target. How do I get away from these idiots? They got themselves ready to move as they each dreamed of different things in their mind. It was at this moment. Kung, a faint rumble was heard. Dyke raised his hand and stopped the march. Hold it. Why, what's going on? Bane and Crassus had to stop as they were about to dash forward. They looked back at Dyke with a frown on their face. Dyke knitted his brows. Did you not hear it? Bane was about to yell at him, but suddenly another rumble rang in his ears. Kung kung, something was definitely resounding. The ground, they stood bewildered on their spot. What was making the earth shake this much? Then Crassus, the one with the keenest senses out of Team 1, suddenly turned towards the west. Dyke, look over there. When Bane, Dyke and the rest of the members turned their eyes towards the direction he had pointed, the expression on their face froze. Kung kung, creak cooing. There was a massive, tidal wave, sweeping over the forest towards the dry wasteland. It was a wave of monsters. The numbers were at least tens of thousands even at a rough estimation. It seemed like all the monsters in Section E had rushed out. This is ridiculous. None of them had ever seen anything like this before, or even heard of it. Especially, the sight of monsters like goblins, ogres, and trolls that could not get along together marching as one army gave them chills all over their bodies. Dyke, Crassus quickly turned to Dyke. Dyke gritted his teeth. No matter how excellent they were as players, such an amount of monsters would easily trample over them. Retreat. With Dyke's shout, the players of Team 1 began to run away desperately. However, get out of my way. Human, stand in my way and you'll die. Die, humans. For the monsters, the humans in front of them were nothing more than a mere obstacle blocking their way. Hatchets flew in from all directions, and poisonous darts poured out like rain. Swish, kuek, ack. Players hit by the attacks fell to the floor one by one. Soon, angry ogres and trolls charged at them. Puck, the players got annihilated in just a few seconds before they could even resist. Dyke was crushed under swarms of monsters. Crassus, limbs were torn off and disappeared inside an ogre's mouth. Krrr. Keeg, the monsters rushed towards their next targets. In an instant, the players of Team 1 had been swept away by the tidal wave named Monster Outbreak. You piece of shit. Bane was resentful at the fact that he had to flee from mere monsters, so he turned back to them and tried to fight. However, no matter how hard he tried, monsters just poured in non-stop. Even if he wielded his sword or used his skills, it made no difference. He was on the edge of losing his mind. Not now, not like this. His wildest ambition was being shattered by these monsters. I will be the sword of Chionwado and have the whole army under my human. But before he could even finish his thoughts, a large axe flew right in front of his face. When, Puck, one of his arms flew off into the air. Blood gushed out from his shoulder. Before Bane could take any action, the Goblin King held his halberd up in the air as he let out a deafening roar. Death, death to all those who stand in our way. Chapter 39, Akasha's Snake 7. The whole forest was thrown into utter chaos in no time. Flames were devouring the woods and monsters were pouring out like a swarm of zombies. Keek, fuck, what the hell is this? I've never even heard of anything like this. Wasn't Orangdan supposed to keep things like this from happening? Most of the players still in Section E had been wiped out within minutes in their search for tokens and hidden pieces. Whether it was attacking with a sword or defending with a shield, none seemed to work in front of this monster outbreak. At times, the monsters appeared in groups, the next moment they had already split up. The players had to deal with attacks coming from all sides at the same time. Even those who organized themselves in battle formations with other players found themselves adrift when facing the swarm of monsters and were soon swept away. No matter where one looked at, scenes such as goblins chopping off players' heads, or trolls biting player into pieces could be seen. This must be what hell looked like. A few players managed to run away with their lives intact. But even so, it seemed they wouldn't be able to outrun the monsters that were everywhere they looked. It was unbelievable how so many monsters had remained hidden in Section E. The flames made matters even worse. No matter where they went, they were quickly met with a sea of fire engulfing the forest and caught in between the fire and the monsters. Somebody tell me what's going on. Fuck. Players who had thought of it as a simple event of the tutorial were now screaming at their desperate situation. They belatedly realized the crisis that had struck Section E. Collect 99 tokens to ascertain your qualifications. To ascertain one's qualifications, it was a task that required them to risk their lives, just like in any other section. Cleaving through the waves of monsters, players began to rack their brains in order to find a way to survive. Those who had a team banded themselves together, and solo players united with other solo players. In the meantime, there was a shadowy figure darting between the trees with muffled footsteps. Swish, it was Yi and Wu. You have acquired 12 tokens. You have acquired 4 tokens. You have. While remaining stealthy thanks to Shunpo, he read the movements of the monsters with his strengthened senses and killed the monsters that were already in their last breath. As a result, he was able to accumulate tokens at a rapid pace. Is this what they call? Yi and Wu laughed coldly. Reaping what others have sown. Recalling the phrase his troops used back in the military, Yi and Wu quickly headed back to where the orcs were. Their destination was the snake's den. It was time to take out Akasha's snake. The orc village was turned upside down. Quick, the lizard men started a war. The lizard men crossed the north barrier. The 32nd tribe's orc chief that was in charge of guarding the north brought a report to the orc king. The orc king gave an angry frown. Why would they start a war all of a sudden? I don't know. They said we killed their king. King, help us. Queek, those crazy reptiles. The orc king was furious. Out of all times, they had to come right in the middle of the revival ceremony. He was already angry for having missed the humans who killed their god. And now this was happening. Still, the orc king tried to remain calm. He couldn't let this ruin the ceremony. Rather, he could think of it as having more food to feed their god. Quick, you, go tell the shaman. We're going to have a lot of food ready for our god. And we'll be coming back with it soon. Roger, CHWIK. After giving orders to one of his minions, the orc king pulled out a sword that was hanging on the wall and headed outside. It was the sword that made him the greatest warrior of their race. As long as he had this in his hands, victory would always be his. However, when he stepped on the battlefield, his excitement was quickly replaced with shock. It was not only the lizard men, the battlefield was also filled with other monsters. Far up in the broad horizon, he could see all the monsters rushing towards them. Only then did the Orc King notice that something was wrong. It was a trap, a heinous trap that had plunged all the monsters in the forest into chaos. But the Orc King wasn't intelligent enough to think that far ahead. After all, he had ended up having to face the monster outbreak head-on. Build a wall, chwik. Queek, bring the handcarts, anything. We have to stop them, chwik. The orcs made their best efforts trying to stop the monsters, but things turned out contrary to their hopes. When the monsters broke through their improvised walls, they could only helplessly see their village being destroyed. But still, the orcs fought relentlessly against the monster outbreak. Corpses of monsters piled up on the desert. Blood flowed along the ground, dyeing it red. And on the bloody field, Farik, Cranum, the Goblin King and the Orc King, they clashed against each other as they called their opponents names. Kung, the ground caved in as their auras swept across the area. Those two must be fighting right now. On his way to Akasha's snake tunnel, Yi and Wu turned towards the sound of the collision that rang from afar. He didn't have to check to know what the source of the sound was. The Goblin King, Cranum, and the Orc King, Farik. Those two boss monsters were in fact both as strong as Hargan. Cranum, the ruler of the west, and Farik, the ruler of the east. They hated and looked down on each other as if they were mortal enemies. It is said that Cranum disliked Farik for his ignorance, while Farik despised him and thought of goblins as an inferior race. Both thought that being compared with one another was humiliating for themselves. And both monsters were strong enough to easily crush players. For this reason, there were quite a few players who died trying to kill them to gather karma. It was a fight between two monsters of such caliber, it wasn't going to end so quickly. And without the death of either of the leaders, the war would only be prolonged. The damage would grow, and madness would continue. And that's exactly what Yi and Wu wanted. Therefore, he needed to bring Akasha's snake as soon as possible to this place full of food. You have entered Akasha's snake tunnel. Greeted by a familiar message, Yi and Wu once again traveled into the tunnel. There he found Ka, quick, oh God, please kook. Queek, God is angry, God is mad, God is punishing us, chwik. Ru, run away, chwik. Just like the outside, the tunnel was in confusion. It seemed like Akasha's snake had gone out of control. Now 5 meters in size, the snake had gone berserk and kept devouring the orcs. The altar was completely destroyed. The orc shaman who was supposed to be leading the ceremony was nowhere to be seen. The orcs, as faithful believers, tried to calm down Akasha's snake, but it didn't work. Some tried to run away, but Akasha's snake never missed its prey. Whenever they tried to run away, the snake would spit out its venom and melt them, and if they stayed close, they still got eaten up. There was no way to run away from Akasha's snake. I knew it. Yi and Wu looked at the eyes of Akasha's snake, now red with madness. It's intoxicated with blood. Akasha's snake was not some sort of a great being to be served as a god. It was nothing but a big and strong snake driven by hunger and thirst. And currently, the snake was very hungry from its resurrection. If so, what would happen? It smelled the bloodshed outside the tunnel. There's no way it would stay calm. This was his goal in the first place. If it wasn't drunk, he was planning on making it drunk. But it seemed to have worked a lot better than he had expected. Thankfully, there was nothing else he needed to do for his plan. So he silently watched the situation. Ka, when Akasha's snake devoured the last remaining orc, it let out a big shriek towards the ceiling. The snake swelled up to about 10 meters, and had blood and pieces of flesh all over its mouth. But as if that wasn't enough, the cry continued for a long time. It rammed its head into the wall a couple of times, and suddenly made a hole in the ground, digging downwards with incredible speed. It's moving. Yi and Wu kept focused, concealing his presence in case Akasha's snake noticed him. At the same time, he tried to track down the snake using his senses. It was swimming across the ground, heading towards the outside. The direction was southwest. It was the very place where the monsters were tangled with each other. Yi and Wu then sprang up to his feet. The snake's den without Akasha's snake. The moment he was waiting for had finally arrived. It will take quite a while for Akasha's snake to eat up all the monsters on the battlefield. But still, I can't waste my time. A hidden piece wasn't called a Hidden, piece for nothing. Considering it was the place where Akasha's snake lived, there surely must be something important hidden deep inside the tunnel. Even his brother mentioned something like this in his diary. There was always a reason for a hidden piece to be where it was. Akasha's snake has a difficulty unfittingly hard for players in the tutorial. But there should be a reason as to why it was there. But not only was I, nor did Galliard, who has been chasing the snake for a long time, able to find the reason. However, if there are things I can tell for sure, is that the reason isn't going to be something small. And that in the whole history of the tower, no one has ever found said reason. A place that no one had ever found in the long history of the tower. What if he could be the first one to find it? Yin Wu landed in the middle of the cavity as he calmed down his pounding heart, and he cast draconic eyes. He scanned the whole tunnel looking for the nest that Akasha's snake used to rest. Considering the habits of a snake, there must be a place where it can relax from outside threat. At that moment his draconic eyes detected something. There was a narrow passageway along a wall. Of course, narrow only meant small compared to the size of Akasha's snake, but it was still wide enough in Yin Wu's perspective. Yin Wu quickly used Shunpo and passed through the passageway, going further down into the deepest part of the snake's den. Just then, whoosh, suddenly, a chilly wind came blowing from the inside. Thinking he was nearing the secret, he immediately set his foot towards the source of the wind. And there, Yin Wu had found it. So, this is it. A scene quite different from the barren wilderness outside. A piercing wind was whirling along the wall, and the floor was covered with soft snow and slippery ice. And instead of stalactites, there were icicles hanging from the ceiling. It was truly a scene that would draw admiration from anyone who saw it. And in the center, there sat a little boy that looked of about 5 years old. I think I found the reason. Chapter 40, Akasha's Snake 8. The boy was sitting cross-legged lost in meditation. He gave off a cute impression befitting of a fairy tale. One could wonder why he was in a cave like this. But the reason why Yin Wu was surprised was quite different. Isn't that a snow ginseng? In fact, what looked like a boy was not a real person. It was an elixir that took the shape of a human being. Humanoid snow ginseng. Classification: elixir or mystical creature. Rating: A+. Description: a ginseng that only grows on icy plains while being exposed to the energy of the moon for hundreds of years. Because of its childlike shape, many people mistake it for a human. It will increase mana upon consumption. However, the increased amount depends on the ability of the consumer. Its ingestion method is also very tricky. A ginseng that looks like a human child and that only grows in snowy environments. Only a handful of such rare elixir exists in the tower. I've only heard about it being one of the 5 best elixirs. I didn't expect this coming. Yin Wu's eyes sank deeply. Now I see why Akasha's snake settled down here. Akasha's snake was probably growing the snow ginseng. Judging by its size, it looked like it was about 300 years old. According to his knowledge, its effects would reach their peak at around 500 years of age. He presumed Akasha's snake was also waiting until then. Too bad, it's going to my stomach now. Yin Wu slowly pulled out 3 daggers from his waist. Added to the rarity of the snow ginseng was, catching it was also a very difficult task. The moment Yin Wu started approaching it, it opened its eyes. Pat! Yin Wu immediately threw the daggers he had in his hand. Kyak! The snow ginseng let out an eerie shriek as it jumped in the air and reached the ceiling. Some elixirs had appearances that make them indistinguishable from mystical creatures. And because of their sentiency, some even say they tend to choose their owners. At first, I didn't think much of it. But when I got a chance to have one for myself, every second that I looked at it, it felt like my heart was breaking apart. Gosh, it was leaking its precious energy with every step it took. His brother once got a hold of an elixir similar to the snow ginseng. However, little did he know that it could move on its own, and by the time he caught it, it had already lost some of its energy. But thanks to the diary, Yin Wu was well aware of that fact. His strengthened senses quickly located the snow ginseng despite its nimble movements. Run all you like, you're still trapped in this cave. Yin Wu drew another 3 daggers and threw them to his right. Swish! But the ginseng dodged the daggers as if it was just too easy. Then, the 3 thrown daggers struck the ceiling. Rumble! The icicles hanging on the ceiling shook slightly. The snow ginseng landed on the ground and gave a horrible shriek. A behavior unbecoming of its cute face. I'm sorry, ? But I eat monsters like you for breakfast. The ginseng tilted its head as it couldn't understand what Yi and Wu was saying, but crack, with the sound of ice breaking, the ceiling suddenly collapsed. Pieces of ice poured onto the snow ginseng. Startled by the sudden collapse, the ginseng jumped away from the spot in an effort to escape through the collapsing ceiling. However, the moment it broke through the ice pieces, "I got you!" Exclamation mark. Yi and Wu stood right in front of it. With a cold smile, he reached out and grabbed onto the neck of the snow ginseng. The ginseng squirmed in his grab. Cold aura emanated from it, freezing Yi and Wu's hand. But Yi and Wu didn't let go of it. Yi and Wu soon brought his mouth over to its head and took a big bite out of it. Chomp! The ginseng looked horrifying with its head and eye ripped off, but Yi and Wu kept on eating without a sound. His head was aching as if he had chewed on hard ice. His teeth were freezing, he already had frostbite on his hands. His muscles were swelling, and bones were ringing. The moment he finished eating and licked his own fingers, whoosh, he felt something exploding in his lower abdomen. It was a feeling akin to the one he felt when he first activated the pocket watch. A feeling of mana taking place in his body, or that of reinforced physique settling down. But the amount of mana he felt this time was incomparably larger than those previous ones. You have obtained the hidden piece, humanoid snow ginseng. The spirit energy is exploding in your body. It will be converted into magic power. The mana floating in the air or the spirit energy stored inside mystical creatures did not suddenly become one's own when ingested. It had to be absorbed, processed and settled. And only then could it be transformed into magic power. Of course, a considerable amount of mana would be lost while processing the snow ginseng's spiritual energy. But I can't lose that either. Yi and Wu withdrew the senses he had expanded towards the outside and concentrated them inside his body. Mana was circulating at high speeds. Your status, immature dragon body, is influencing the absorption process. 92% of the spirit energy held in the humanoid snow ginseng has been converted to magic power. Your body will begin to absorb the magic power. Your magic power has increased by 5 points. Your magic power has increased by 7 points. Body improvement has been confirmed. The vessel is strong enough. The halted succession process will resume. 22%, 24%, 27%. Current progress, 42.9%. Your current status will be changed from immature dragon body to half-dragon body. The attribute point Yi and Wu lacked the most was now increasing, and the succession process was now halfway through completion. And as a result, you have achieved the half point of the succession process. You have gained an ability to control mana. Mana has begun to circulate in your body. You can now cast magical skills while consuming less mana. The skill, Magic Circuit, has been created. Yi and Wu felt mana wandering around his body. He had yet to control it at his will. Still, controlling mana used to be as hard as moving a fingernail or toenail for him, but now it felt much easier, like moving a finger or a toe. In addition, unlike the time when mana disappeared right after it finished its job, it was now continuously flowing through his body like blood. Magic Circuit. Rating: C. Proficiency: 0.0%. Description: dragons are known as a race blessed by mana since time immemorial. And those who are blessed by such dragons are given the ability to control mana. The control range and the amount of controllable mana increases with proficiency. Sometimes, it is possible to handle mana streams. Great! Yi and Wu was elated after reading the description of Mana Circuit. Mana was the power he had been longing to control since the beginning of the tutorial. He even tried studying the basics of mana, but his effort was of little avail. But at last, he was starting to have to see some results. The secret was to build up magic power and speed up the succession process. Yi and Wu's eyes glinted at the thought of finally being able to use mana. His usage of mana was currently limited to the casting of skills, but many more things would be possible in the future. He could infuse mana into a weapon for increased attack power, or wind mana around his feet to gain speed. He thought of all sorts of uses it could have, but they weren't available with his current level of proficiency. However, Yi and Wu thought he would be able to raise the proficiency with the help of his sense-strengthening skill. Controlling mana, it's still within the boundary of sense. Yi and Wu gave his inner body a quick scan before opening his eyes. Flash! A radiant glow flashed in Yi and Wu's eyes, just like when the snow ginseng had first opened its eyes. There was a big smile on Yi and Wu's face. His vessel was finally being filled and he was quite content with the result. But it's still not enough. However, because of this experience, Yi and Wu was now certain of a fact. A fact that his vessel was yet far from full. The vessel he had was big enough to hold much more than what it was holding now. Yi and Wu licked his lips in anticipation. He felt a strong desire welling up in his heart. A desire to take the essence of Akasha's snake. Right before leaving the snake tunnel, Yi and Wu looked around, checking if he missed anything. Then, he found something on the spot where the ginseng was sitting. What is this? It was a small pendant. A rusty, badly thumbed pendant. It was not classified as an artifact. A necklace full of memories. Classification, pendant, rating, F. Description, a necklace full of someone's precious memories. It would be nice to return it to the owner. The owner. Yi and Wu was thunderstruck at the description of the pendant. He examined the pendant meticulously. There was a seam on the side hidden under the rust. Yi and Wu wiped off the rust and opened it. Inside, he found a picture of parents and their daughter with happy smiles on their faces. The face of the father was especially familiar. It was Galliard. This is what he has been looking for. Yi and Wu let out a small groan. No one could understand why Galliard always chased after Akasha's snake. He never hunted it down for himself, he only gave out trials to test players wanting to hunt the snake, and passed down one of his skills as a reward. But if it was all to find his belonging which contained his cherished memories, it all made sense now. That wasn't in the diary either. Yi and Wu rolled up the pendant and put it in his pocket. He was going to give it back to Gillard as he was on his way anyway. Then, he turned towards the exit of the snake's den. Mana was briskly traveling along his mana circuit, and his body was brimming with vitality. He was feeling better than ever. Now, shall we go hunting? Yi and Wu fixed his white mask and, pat, he flung himself towards the exit.